Okay, I think I fixed it. Can you hear me now? Hello? Yeah, you can hear me now, right? Yeah, okay. It's weird because I didn't touch anything, so I don't know why it needed to be fixed. But but yeah. So I have an off-stream draft, so we'll start with that and then do 3 drafts. Uh, it's a pretty sweet one. That's why I actually saved it on purpose for y'all. Usually, most of the decks, blue red wizards, black green saps, you see the same things all the time. But we've got a nice little black white historic, like legendary. We've got the Ruinous Blast and the Yawgmoth's Vial offering. And then we've got for legends Rona on Sarah's Wings, Torgar, and triple Evra. So we're pretty good at triggering our legendary sorceries when we want to. I don't actually think Evra's that good, but it's certainly playable. And then it's in there because Ruinous Blast and Offering and Rona Tome. So we've got a really controlling black-white here with those legendary sorceries. I wish I had Lyra, believe me, but I actually was just going to play this, and then I was like, you know what? I played a game with it, and it was like a really awesome game, and I was like, you know what? This deck is super sweet. I'm going to save this for the stream. I'm not... Yeah, next week will most likely be Amonkhet Remastered, but not today. Today I'm going to finish with Dom before it rotates. So today I'm going to finish this draft, which just got started. I played 1 game with it, and then I was like, wow, this deck is sweet. Let me save it for the stream. And then I'm going to do 3 more whole drafts. So we'll basically almost 4 drafts today. 3 drafts, but I'm going to play this one out too. I know everyone wants to see Amonkhet. It just came out. I'm sure more viewers would tune in if it was Amonkhet. I want to do Dom. I'm not against it. If it's a sweet, I'll play some over the weekend. If I like the format, I'll do it next week, all week, or whatever. But today's our last day of Dom. Dom rotates in like 16 hours or something. So I definitely want to get my Dom in today. We'll have plenty of time to do Amonkhet Remastered. Well, I'll practice it a little over the weekend, both to see if I like it and get a little experience. So when I start making content for you, I know what I'm doing. Obviously, I did a lot of Amonkhet drafts and a lot of our drafts, but I think this format is going to be different. Like, it's kind of a mix of the sets with new cards, right? Like who knows how this Amonkhet Remastered is going to play out. So, one, I'd like to know what I'm doing in the format so that I can, draft reasonably well, explain things reasonably well, and make decent content. 2, I really love Dom, and it goes away in 16 hours. If Dom was just always on and Amonkhet came out today, I would do Amonkhet. But Dom goes away, like, who knows? We might not get it for, 3 months again after this or something. So today is Dom, and then, next week I can certainly do Amonkhet instead of M21 or whatever. But today is going to be all Dom. Totally respect it if you go elsewhere. If you're looking to see the new set drafted, Amonkhet Remastered that came out today, I understand. I love Dom. I'm drafting Dom. This is going to be a tough game to win against Adalez and Naban here. I need to find, like, Urza's Ruinous Blast, and that wouldn't even kill Adalez. I don't know how I'm going to beat this. I guess I can Blessed Light the Adalez now. So they could have counters, so I think I just want to get rid of the Adalez now. I'm kind of scared of the Naban, too, but, I mean, if they double Journey Mage, I'm going to lose. But it's, that's a specific card, whereas there's a million instants and sorceries. So I think it's of a lot more concern to me that they can just keep hitting me with this flyer when my deck is pretty slow and I've got the ground okay with these 2/1/3s. So I'm going to Blessed Light the Adalez here. Hope they don't have Journey Mage, like the blue one. If they play another Gitu Journey Mage, it's whatever. I'll be at 8, but I have fine blocks on the ground. So doubling that is not really that big of a deal. And I mean, if they do bounce these, I could always replay it, with kicker and stuff. So again, I mean, my back is to the wall, but it's a lot easier for them to have any instant or sorcery than it is the specific common. Well, looks like they had another Adalez, so that's not good. Also, if I could slam Evra here, that'd be nice, but I don't have double white, so that's kind of unfortunate. So let's start out with an Urza's Tome. Okay, that's a decent draw. Pretty clear discard of Swamp, because even though we have a 6-drop in our hand, that attack might be a little too feisty at this point. It's because even though we have a 6-drop in our hand, it's double white, so we need a Plains to cast it, so that Swamp doesn't really help us. Just today. Sorry, Nandu. Probably Amonkhet next week. Okay, so they're very likely going to play an instant or sorcery here. Don't know if they have more than one. Don't know if it's Run Amok, but we certainly have to plan for one. It looks like I could blow them out with a Gideon's Reproach in response. The problem is I really need to Reproach Adalez. So if I double block get to Journey Mage and they play a single instant or sorcery, that doesn't really work for me. So I'm going to double block Naban here. Now if they play one, it becomes a 3-2. I still kill it and only lose one Skin Witch. Because I really don't want to Reproach Journey Mage or Naban. I really want to Reproach Adalez. So they may have two things. They may have Run Amok. I don't really care about these Skin Witches anyway. I can't really throw the Benelish Honor Guard in. That's not going to help. Like, if I block Journey Mage with it, and they give everything +1/+1, that's just not going to accomplish anything good for me. Okay, so I think now we got to go for Reproach. If they have another instant or sorcery, it doesn't really matter. But if they have Run Amok, I think I'm just dead. But I don't really think I'm in a position to beat that anyway, so I don't really care. Hopefully all they have is, like, cards they can't cast or, like, an Opt or something. I can definitely, like, if they opt again, sure, Naban's not going to die, but I can take 5 from the Journey Mage, the Adalez will die, I'll still only lose 1 Skin Witch, and then if I draw Plains, it's fine. So something like, you know, a cantrip, like an Opt or whatever is fine. I can't beat Run Amok. I mean, that's just lethal, I think. Alright, another Fervent Strike is totally acceptable. That's kind of what I was talking about. I mean, they're going to kill both Skin Witches now, because 2 Adalez triggers, plus 2 +1/+Os, but they use two cards to do it, 2 Fervent Strikes. So if the Adalez dies, I take like 5 or 6. I've got the Honor Guard still out. If I draw a Plains, this is a very winnable game. Well, again, getting a little worse. As long as I'm not at actual 2, I can still play Evra if I top deck a Plains, and then potentially win the game, even with them able to replay Adalez. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully I draw Plains. Oh, Swamp number 6 before Plains number 2. That's great. Okay, so let's see if we can dig up a spell. No such luck. So now I'm dead, but that was pretty unfortunate. I mean, honestly, even if I just played Evra here, if they didn't have a bounce spell, like, this is a very winnable game. Like, if they play Adalez, I'm hitting back with a Lifelinker. But, obviously now I'm just dead. I don't know, it was a little suspicious chemistry. What is the bug with Kicker? I don't think I have much Kicker in this deck. I don't know if I have a Vicious Offering. Hey, first subscription of the day. Thank you, Lycantrop. Appreciate the subscription. Well, I appreciate the support, and I'm glad that you're loving Limited. Shivan Fire goes straight to the grave after kicking. Like, it doesn't do its 4 damage. That's very weird. Fervent Strike, if you're an aggressive deck like Blue-Red Wizards with double Adalez, is fine. I don't think it's great. I'd rather have a Run Amok. But they're clearly a very aggressive version of that with double Adalez, and they probably have a bunch of cheap wizards. I don't think it's unplayable or anything. Ben will, but not today, ugly hood rat. That's an ugly island, speaking of ugly. I don't really care much for aesthetics, but look at that island in between the full art Swamp and Plains. So no choices. Clearly, we're not waiting to kick the Skin Witch. It can block the Overseer. They have a really aggressive start with a 3-1 haste on turn 2 on the play. But that's okay. We have a 2-drop that can block it, and then a 3-drop that can block it if they have a pump spell removal. So we shouldn't get run over as long as we draw some business for turns 4 and 5. Right now, we don't have anything to do again until turn 6. It's not really Esper. I've got a 1-card blue splash for Rona. I got a Surveyor, so I just threw in 1 island and Rona because I'm playing a legendary deck. I have Yawgmoth's Vile Offering, and I have Urza's Ruinous Blast, so it's really important to have a legend out. And Rona helps double duty, because it's not only a legend itself, but I get to exile historic card legends and then replay them. So Rona kind of does double duty at ensuring that I'll have a legend in play in this deck. But it's a white-black control, and I've got, like, a single blue card. So I can't kick this Offering. Like, if I play Skin Witch here and then sack it to Offering to kill Partick Wanderer, the Wanderer's going to die or it's not going to die. Because that's the play I'd want to make. Like, if this was in person and everything worked or whatever, right now, while they're tapped, they're down to 1 card in hand, I don't want to die before I cast these Everas. So the correct play is just play Skin Witch and then sack it to Offering. Even though I'm 2 for 1-ing myself, I mean, I'm killing a 5/5 trample, and then I can win with these Everas. And they're down to 1 card in hand, and I don't care about a Llanowar Elf. I guess we'll see if it works. I have to kick it. -2/-2 isn't going to do it, so... Did I even target? Don't you target with this? So, kicker... Yep, it doesn't work, apparently. Wow, this is brutal. So no kicker cards work right now? Maybe I'm not going to do Dominaria all day. I mean, kicker is a common mechanic on tons of the commons. Like, how can we play Dominaria all day without kicker? I guess we're going to play Amonkhet. I mean, I was going to play Dominaria all day. I wanted to. But, I mean, I don't really have a choice if kicker's not going to work. I mean, it's not like it's a mechanic on 1 rare. I mean, it's a mechanic on 10 different commons or whatever, like, or more, probably. Like, I can't really not play with kicker. I mean, I think this deck just has the one, like, well, no, it's got the Skin Witches. So what happens if you kick a Skin Witch? Because you don't target with this card. Will it still work? I mean, this is the last day of Dominaria, so for now, let me go ahead and, I guess, finish this draft, which I'm now 1-2 in, although I would have won that game. If I kicked that and killed a Partick, I can play 2 Everas. I'm under no pressure. I would have probably won that game if not for the kicker bug that just happened. I mean, can't say for sure, but they could have candled the first ever, and then I had the second, plus I have a good late game deck, so I was certainly a favorite if I killed that 5/5. So anyways, let's see. The kicker cards in this deck are the Vicious Offerings, which I have 2 of, and the Skin Witches. I guess I still want Offering just for -2/-2. It makes it a much worse card. I'm guessing that Skin Witch will still work because it doesn't target. It seemed like it wouldn't let me target the Partick Wanderer. So the issue looks like if you do kicker, you don't get to target anymore. So I just can't kick the Offerings. But I can probably still kick the Skin Witch. What's up, Glossu Lang? So I guess now I still want the Offerings to not get run over, even though they're way worse. So I guess kicker, just you can't target with kicker cards anymore. I don't know what the deal is. I drafted this last night, and I thought it was really sweet, so I decided not to play this morning and to save it for the stream. And I guess with the update, kicker doesn't work anymore. Thank you, Frog Buddha. Appreciate the subscription. Yeah, I mean, that was my plan. I had 2 Evers in hand, so you could candle the first, and then, you know, maybe you draw an answer to the second. Maybe I draw stuff. It would have been a good game. But obviously, the 5/5s just kill me before I could play the Evers, so I Yeah, because it's only the targeting that matters. So it affects Vicious Offering, Shiv, and Fire. If you maybe blink, you probably can't kick a blink and target something. I assume it affects blink as well, Hare Krishna. Blink targets a permanent, so if you kick it, you probably can't target something. It just goes right to the yard. I mean, I'm not going to do Dominaria all day unless this gets fixed during the play out of this draft. I'll finish this draft, and I just won't kick my Vicious Offerings. But, you know, if I'm going to do Amonkhet Remastered, not Dominaria, if kicker cards are just not working. I mean, it's kind of absurd. Honestly, Wizards needs to be better than this, frankly. I mean, there's just no way around it. Like, they just have to be better than this. Me too, Glossu. It could have been a very good game. You would have candled the first ever. You had a Llanowar Elf. I had a second ever, but that was it. I mean, it could have been a top deck battle. It could have been a close, grindy game. I wanted to play the game too, believe me. Right, I can still play Vicious Offering just on kicked, but in that exact spot, I would have just killed a Llanowar Elf and died to the 5/5, so it was worth trying, I think. Now that we know that, obviously if I draw a Swamp, I won't be kicking my Vicious Offerings. Okay, I believe you here, Krishna. Anyways, if we don't draw a Swamp, like, next turn, we're probably out of this game, and then I'm just going to do a Amonkhet Remastered. I was planning to do Dominaria all day, but I'm not going to do it without access to 3 different commons, like, that can't be kicked or whatever. That's just silliness. I'm guessing Witch will work for sure. Because, like, it doesn't target. I saw it when I tried to play the Vicious Offering on Glossu Lang's Partick Wanderer. I couldn't target it. It wouldn't let me. Clotho Skin Witch isn't even target opponent discards 2. It's when it's kicked, every opponent discards 2. Okay, we did draw the land, so what does that make our options now? We can Vicious Offering, -2/-2, on like the dubbed creature, block and eat it. We can Fungal Infection the Aether Glider. If they alpha, I'm going to want to Fungal Infection the Glider this turn, so that I can at least also get a 1/1 token to block with. So I think I'm just going to see what they do. If they only attack with the Dub and the Glider and like the Sergeant, I'll probably just Vicious Offering the dubbed creature and block it. If they attack with everything, I'm going to Fungal Infection the Glider, so that I have an additional blocker. Because I'm only a land away from Blessed Light anyway. And now I can put a 3/2 on a 1/1, a 1/1 on a 1/1, get a free kill on a 1/1 and take 5, and then we're in pretty good position to stabilize. Obviously, depends what else they have. So, my choices this turn are Vicious Offering the Flyer, or Deathbloom Thallid, in which case I can block the dubbed creature and the Sergeant and take 2 and get a 1/1 sap. I guess I take 3 instead of 2, but I don't throw away the Thallid if I Vicious Offering the Glider and put the Trapper on the Sergeant, so that's probably better. I die to removal for the Trapper because I can't kick the Vicious Offering because of, well, great, fantastic WotC programming. But, whatever. Yeah, I could Offering the dubbed guy and block, but that just seems worse. I take an extra point of damage. I take 4 that way. I can still -2/-2 it as long as I don't kick. And now if I draw a land, I can Blessed Light the dubbed creature. If I draw a Swamp, I can double spell if they put out a creature. I was going to do Dominaria all day, but due to this kicker bug, I'm not going to. Hey, look, I lose again, and I would have won again if not for the kicker bug. Obviously, I have to 2-for-1 myself to kill the Sarah with Vicious Offering. It's not that big of a deal. I've got 5 cards in hand. I would play Skin Witch and sack it and kill the Angel, and then I'd still have these 3 cards to the opponent empty-handed. I wouldn't definitely win, but I'd certainly be a big favorite. Instead, I can't -2/-2 the Sarah, so now I lose to the Sarah, when if I could kick the Vicious Offering, I would win. That's back-to-back games I lose because I can't kick a Vicious Offering. I'll show you. It's not like I have any other options. I mean, maybe it'll work, but it probably won't. So let's try and kick it, which probably won't work. It's funny. As a joke all week, we've been saying, can I kick it? Yes, I can. Now the joke is, can I kick it? No, you can't. No, you cannot kick it. Can I kick it? No, you can't. Okay, well, that was depressing. I mean, both of those games I would have been a pretty big favorite in if I could kick the last 2 games. I would have killed the Wanderer and had 2 Evers in hand. I would have killed that Sarah and had 3 cards in hand to their none. So both of those last 2 games, I basically lost to not being able to kick Vicious Offering. So that's great. So I was going to do Dominaria all day. Now I'm going to do a sealed Amonkhet and then some Amonkhet drafts, because I'm not going to play with kicker if I can't kick it. So I don't care about the refund, it's whatever, but I am not going to do Dominaria, despite it being my favorite limited format of the past 10 years, because Wizards can't program things, so fantastic. Let me change the stream info so a million people don't come in and say, like, but it says Dominaria. Well, I guess I'll crack it first, so we can look at the sealed. My fate has been sealed. That's a pretty good pun. So let's see. As far as these rares, this card is really good. It was. I mean, I assume there's just as much cycling, and it was really good before. This card is good if you're blue-white, but more fancy than good. I guess this is probably going to play differently than Amonkhet did, so I shouldn't really judge the cards based on how good they were for me in that format. I should just... I mean, I'm sure Archfiend's going to be good regardless, but I should try and view this as a whole new format. I'm going to do Odd Sealed at least first. I'm not saying today whether I'll do, like, you know, 2 sealed in 1 draft, or 3 sealeds, or 1 sealed in 2 drafts, but I'm definitely going to start with a sealed. I mean, I know the cards because I played Amonkhet an Hour of Devastation, but I haven't played... Like, this is a different format, I think. So, sorry, the plan was Dominaria, but Dominaria no longer works, so I guess it's going to be Amonkhet. Maybe this is Wizards' conspiracy plan to force us to play with Amonkhet Remastered. People like Dom too much, so they purposely made Kicker not work. Alright, so let's see. We're going to build an Amonkhet sealed, because Dominaria doesn't work anymore, apparently. I agree, XO. I think that's a perfect solution. Gustwalker was a really good aggressive creature. I assume it's going to be worse than sealed in draft, but still a good 2-drop. My white looks pretty unimpressive. Most of these cards don't seem like good cards in general or good sealed cards. I doubt we're going to play white. Let's take a look at the blue. Some cycling. Unquenchable Thirst is pretty good removal if you have a desert. It's like a 2-mana Capture Sphere. Well, all of the cards I see so far were in Amonkhet or Hour of Devastation. So it looks like they mostly just combined the two sets. They may have added like some cards, like I think Wrath of God is in the set or something. So the blue has some card drawing and some cycling and stuff. Lay Claim's pretty good and sealed. I think the blue is substantially better than the white, but I don't think it's like incredible. Embalm is a pretty good limited mechanic. You know, you get to bring stuff back. And then cycling always smooths out your draws and is nice, plus Unquenchable Thirst. So I think the blue is a lot better than the white, but not like compelling. Let's take a look at the black. Sniper's pretty good if you have a lot of cycling. We seem to have a lot, so a blue-black cycling sealed here is definitely on the table, because I know we got this broken rare here with Archfiend. Blue had plenty of cycling, and black looks like it has plenty of cycling. So I could definitely see building a blue-black cycling deck here in this sealed. This card's pretty good. Cycling Soul Salvage, don't mind if I do. Gravedigger's always good. Final Reward is a lot better in this format than it is, Final Blow or whatever it's called in M21. This format is not the speed of M21. So blue-black looks like a deck if our red and green are nothing special. Our red looks awful. Magma Spray is okay. I mean, it's good removal, but it's in sealed, it's going to be worse than in draft. Yeah, our red is not good. I mean, Open Fire is good removal, but red is not even in consideration. It's like the white. Yeah, our green doesn't look good either. I mean, Hour's pretty strong if you can get the deserts and get the Tues-Thurs, but I think this deck definitely wants to be a blue-black cycling deck. It makes good use of our broken rare. Our blue and black looks like it plays a nice game together. So this card's good. This is like basically Icy Manipulator. If you make a creature unable to attack, that accomplishes most of what you need to, and then once you're using this for the fourth time or the third time, then it can't attack or block or use activated abilities. So this is basically an Icy. Yeah, I don't think we need to include red. I mean, we don't have much in the way of cycling. Like, it's not like Open Fire is decent removal, Magnum Spray is decent removal, but you don't want to splash them. Unless we have some kind of Grixis rare. Nah, we don't. I think we're just blue-black, assuming we have enough playables. I think it's actually a pretty easy blue-black build. Like, I think it's crystal clear, assuming we're not short playables. I obviously didn't count, but if we go put in all the blue-black cycling, removal, and playable cards, and that's enough playables for a deck, I think we're just blue-black. This card's fine. Gravedigger's good. Wander's fine. Can't block unless you control another zombie. So that's pretty bad if it can't block and fine if it can. So let's take a look at our zombie count. Gravedigger. Lord. I guess the Lord makes you want to play the other zombies. Zombie Bat, and that's playable. Zombie Jackal, and that's playable. Okay, we should end up fine on zombies. This card's really not great, but we'll probably play one in sealed. Maybe we'll even play both. See how much removal we have. Any random cycler is going to be fine for this deck. Like, we have the Sniper to put -1/- counters whenever we cycle, and the Broken Archfiend to put -1/-1s on all their creatures whenever we cycle. So every cycler is going to go in our deck. I mean, we could even play off-color cyclers. We don't necessarily want to just for 2 cards, so we'll see if we have enough on-color cyclers, but we certainly can. We're not milling them. That doesn't seem like a useful card. Playable, not exciting. Playable, not exciting, because we're not an aggro deck, but it's still playable. Bounce, mill, maybe we'll play it. Doesn't seem great. I'll put 1 in for now. Cycling, we're certainly not playing Slitherblade. We're not an aggro deck at all. And that looks like more than enough playables. We'll actually get to cut some of these cards, I think. 17 lands because we have cycling to hit our land drops, but we have 2 cycling lands to mitigate flood. So 17 seems almost automatic here. So let's assume we get to cut 3 cards. What are our weakest cards? This deck actually is kind of aggressive. Maybe I don't want Dune Beetle. I don't actually have a lot of early drops. It looks like I do, but these are just like cycling cards. This is a 1-2. It's a really strong card, but it won't be attacking or blocking effectively. I don't want to cut any cyclers. Could cut Winds. Not super interested in bouncing and then each of us milling 2. I could cut Aerial Guide. Not like super interested in aggressive stuff. I don't think I have enough stuff to -1/-1. Like, I know I have the Lethal Stings and stuff, but I don't think I really want to play the Black-Green Rare on the splash. It's a good card, but just going to be a 2-color blue-black sealed, I think. Like, I already have to cut 3 cards, and they're going to be good cards. All of these cards would be fine in my deck. Like, I don't even know what I'm cutting. And cut this Bone Slasher. Like I said, I don't really think I'm aggressive. I win with Lay Claim, I win with Archfiend, and then I win with, like, cycling with, like, Sniper and Archfiend. I guess some of my cards are aggressive. Like, this card's aggressive. This card's aggressive. If I don't cut them. No, I'm not going to cut Archfiend, of course. But what should I cut? This is, like, not an easy couple of cuts here. Kind of want to just cut the aggro cards. But, I mean, I don't know. It's sealed. Like, maybe I just don't need a Dune Beetle because it's not draft. Like, they're not going to be curving out and attacking me that much. Yeah, the Bounce Mill spell. I've got some removal and stuff. I don't think I want this card. I don't know what the creature count is. I don't really care. Like, I don't need a creature count with this deck. Oops, that wasn't what I meant to click on. Let's see. I don't care about my sleeves. I just want to go back to my deck now. What am I doing? Oh, great. I have to build again. What am I doing? We'll leave the bounce spell out. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to play that. I mean, I could just get rid of the Zombie Lord and some of the zombies. Like I said, I don't think I want to be aggressive. Gravedigger is going to get played. That card's just good. Well, that just came out to 40. What did I leave out? I think I played 1 of 2 Lethal Stings. Dune Beetle was one of my cuts. Winds was one of my cuts. Oh, the Edifice. Okay. That's definitely going to be in the deck. That card's just good. We don't have much in the way of Embalm, actually. Like the one even Initiate. But yeah, I don't think we have much in the way of Embalm. We mostly have a decent cycling theme. I mean, this is a zombie, the Spellweaver Eternal, so is the Kenra. I mean, I'm not going to cut the Lord. I'm just saying I could cut something like this Bone Slasher. Yeah, Commit is pretty good. Is that not in? Commit's not. Commit's going to make the deck. Commit is a good card. Where is it? Oh, it's over here. Commit's in. Yeah, Afflict's super weird and boring and aggressive. I agree. I don't love that. But Embalm was a good mechanic and Cycling is the GOAT. So the mechanics are pretty good in this set, but I agree Afflict is just boring and bad. But I love Cycling and Embalm. I think this is pretty much right. I think Dune Beetle and Winds are cuts, and then we want to cut 1 card. I think the Bone Slasher, like, I don't know. The last cut's pretty hard. I don't think we're really worried about winning through aggression. It'll happen sometimes because it's sealed and our opponents will have slow draws sometimes. But we're mostly interested in winning with our, like, rare and cycling for benefit and stuff like that. Like, stealing their best permanent is a way to win. Archfiend is a way to win. Hey, thanks, Fluffy Face. I was pronouncing the set name so badly that my friends were just... And they weren't trolling. I mean, they probably were making fun of me, but they were serious. They were like, if you just call it Amonkhet, you'll be closer by a lot than what you're calling it. And I was like, okay, Amonkhet it is. It was probably Ephro. If there's ever anything clever, like, naming-wise, it's always him who comes up with it. He's the best at, like, naming things out of anybody ever to live. So, I don't want to cycle either of those cards. Even though I'm nowhere near Lay Claim. I mean, I have Edifice to slow the game down. Since it's an artifact, it's not affected by Summoning Sickness, so there's no need to play it this turn. We can put out the Aerial Guide, and then we can start edificing things immediately next turn with 4 mana. I'll also just trade off my flyer for their ground creature if they don't exert. Like, I don't really care. I'm looking to play a long game and win by stealing their best permanent and having an Icy out effectively in this rare. So, I mean, like I said, there's going to be games in Sealed where I use this card aggressively. But for the most part, I don't see myself as an aggro deck. Obviously, if they exert, I won't chump block. Then that'll stay tapped next turn. I'll just take my 3. Well, I don't have the option because of the ability, but you get the point. If they exert it, I can't block, so be it. If they don't exert it, then I would happily block and trade. Putting that on it post-combat, questionable to say the least. So this turn we can play Edifice and stop the Slither Blade from attacking, or we can play Illumination. I guess we might as well just take the opportunity to play Illumination. I'm not in a rush to get the counters on this, because it's just stopping the creature from attack that I really care about. And obviously taking 1 this turn is not really a concern. So we can spend our turn drawing 2 to see what we find as far as land drops up to 7 to cast Lay Claim. Also, next turn I probably... Excuse me. Next turn I probably want to play the Edifice and stop this thing now that it has the card drawing enchantment on it. And then after that, I can play the Archfiend on turn 6 and still have 1 to use the Edifice. I need to clean up my stream area. The cat fur is probably getting to me again. What is this card? Target creature gets +X and trample. Okay, but I'm still going to Edifice it. I remember Appeal Authority being quite good in a green-white aggro deck. I don't know if it's going to perform as well in Sealed. So none of their creatures are tapped. I don't currently have a desert, so I don't really want Unquenchable Thirst. That's fine. Just put out our big flying rare. I mean, I don't have anything else in hand to cycle at the moment, but that's fine too. I could cycle Lay Claim to put -1/-1 on all their creatures, which would be awesome. I could also just Lay Claim something. We'll see what they do this turn. I'm going to be edificing the Rona's Stalwart here, I think. I guess if they go to combat, maybe I'm edificing the Slither Blade. Oh, no, because they exert when they attack. Yeah, so I have to do that if I don't want to let them attack with it. I know Lay Claim cycles, but it also steals their best permanent. Like, I could steal the Rona's Stalwart. Keep the enchantment on it and all that. Edifice is just good. This is just Icy for 3 mana. I mean, look. Slightly less powerful than Icy, but I mean, basically, it's basically as good as Icy. It's like you pay 1 less and you get slightly less. Like, it's very comparable to Icy Manipulator. So I have the choice to cycle Lay Claim, in which case I get another card. I kill the Spellweaver. I killed the Slitherblade effectively too, so that's pretty strong. Of course, I want to Lay Claim their best permanent, but given the Archfiend, I think cycling Lay Claim makes more sense than casting it. So I'm just going to do that now, see what I get. No real choices. They basically only have one real creature out. I can drop this, Edifice the Stalwart. I know, I'm like all sneezy now. I think I'm allergic to my cats, and it never really bothered me before COVID, but being in so much more, I think it's really started to irritate me. So I need to clean up this area pretty bad. Hopefully I won't keep sneezing. Thank you, TPO. Cardboard Live, let me check. I mean, I have it open. I don't know if it's updated. Looks like it's open. It should be working. I'm not saying it is. Clearly, it's not working, but... Okay, so that's a mana producer. It's a strong card, but nothing we're too concerned with right now. We can just attack with everything. Flying, of course, to the non-flyer. And then we can just drop more creatures, use Edifice. This game should be pretty much over. Oh, they're just dead right now. Okay. Math is for blockers. I would expect you to know that. I mean, this is sealed, not draft, so people don't necessarily have the choice as to formulate, like, a synergistic deck. Thanks, Mulligan to 1. Yeah, I'll be looking into it. I mean, I've had cats my whole life. I mean, I sneeze from time to time, but it's never super bothered me. Since being in the house so much more with COVID, it started to bother me more. But I'll clean up. I'm going to clean up this area, and then I usually don't really let them hear when I'm in my stream setup anymore. Which is sad, because it was fun having Lyra hang out during the stream. But so I can play the Zombie Lord, or I can play the Aerial Guide. I guess we'll lead the Aerial Guide. If they're going to kill one, I'd probably rather it be that one. Cycling Deserts are pretty good. I mean, they allow you to up your land count by 1, let's say, and then prevent Screw and Flood because you have a higher land count but can cycle them if you draw enough lands. I mean, I wouldn't say they're, like, first picks. And obviously, look, Amonkhet Remastered is going to play different than Amonkhet Hour did. But I would say they're good cards. I would generally draft them, like, you know, 3rd pick, 4th pick, stuff like that. This is game 2, and it's sealed, so I can't really comment on the format as a whole. We're learning the format together here. I mean, I played Endless Amonkhet and Hour, like, but that was a different format, because, I mean, this is, like, both sets shoved together, right? Thanks for subscribing, Shami. Appreciate the 11 months of support. Like, Amonkhet was a pretty aggressive format. An Hour of Devastation was not an aggressive format at all. I probably should have played the Blighted Bat and hit them with it here over the Lord. Forgot this thing gains haste. So that looks good enough to final reward, and then we can attack for 4 in the air, since they don't have any flyers. I think I do need some tissues. Okay, let's see. So, they can't block flyers. Unquenchable Thirst won't tap the creature, but it will keep the creature tapped. So I think this turn we can either play the Blighted Bat, hit them for 7, give it haste, or we can play the Vizier. I think 7 right now makes more sense because we're winning this race by 1,000,000 miles. Not too worried about them making me discard because they'll just they'll just die. They have to play flyers or removal. I have an air purifier too. Like I said, there's just literally cat fur and stuff all over my desk right now. I'll clean it over the weekend before my next stream. I obviously can't clean it this minute, so it's whatever. I'll be fine. You just might have to deal with me sneezing. Hopefully that doesn't ruin the stream for you. So they're dead because all my creatures effectively fly since the guide's going to give flying to the Lord. They're at 7. I have 7, so good game. I mean, I don't know. Whatever it is, it is. I appreciate the concern. I will be fine. Maybe I'll sneeze and blow my nose a little, like I said. Hopefully that won't ruin the stream for you. I'm not dying. I'm not dying. I'll be fine. I don't even feel sick in the slightest. Like, I could go play basketball right now. I'm just, like, stuffy and, like, you know, clearly it's allergies. Like, it doesn't feel in any way like a virus. Which are all symptoms from Dom. That's pretty funny. How confident am I that I'm not already dead? That's a good question. By the way, congrats on the #1, Cuneo. Nice job crushing it in those Dominaria drafts. And I wanted to ask you, not trolling, not joking, just completely serious. What percentage of the drafts that you did on the run up to #1 did you draft mono red or like very close to mono red aggro? I know you love the deck, and I think it's a legit strategy, of course. I'm just curious if you drafted it like almost every time or if you just drafted it like a third of the time. So let's see, do we want to play the desert? Okay, cool. Yeah, I appreciate the insight. I was just curious. Like, the deck is good, but obviously, I don't think forcing it every time is the optimal strategy. But, yeah, because other people aren't drafting those cards, so it's wide open. That makes perfect sense, of course. Okay, so we have 4 lands, and we have the desert. We have a 5-drop, but we'll probably draw 1 more land, so I'll probably want to cycle this desert. So I think for now, I'm just going to play this. I don't really want to cycle the horror. It's a pretty good card. I'll probably just cycle the desert now, assuming that, in the next 3 draw steps, we'll draw 1 more land for the horror, and that, we'll have more spells to work with over the long game if we cycle the land rather than play it. We don't really have Desert Matter cards except the one Quenching Thirst, and if you're, not an aggressive deck, you don't really need a Desert out for that card. I think if I remember correctly, it keeps the creature tapped whether you have a Desert or not. What it does better is actually taps the creature if you have a Desert. Well, there's the Thirst, so we can actually just read it. Oh, it counts the graveyard, so you can always cycle them. But the creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step, which is what we wanted. And then if you control the desert or you've cycled the desert or whatever, there's one in the graveyard, then it taps it. So yeah, that works either way. Okay, so this can become a 3/3. So we can't block it if they exert, but then we have 2 turns before we have to deal with it again. Soulscar Mage will be a 2/3, so I don't really want to, if they play an instant or sorcery, so I'm not going to really want to shove the Aerial Guide in front of it. But the 2/3 Lord can block the Soulscar Mage or the Necrop if they don't exert. Right. I mean, this is my very first games of Amonkhet Remastered, and I haven't, revisited Amonkhet or Hour since they rotated. They're not, Hour was a pretty good format, but whatever. So I haven't played with these cards in a few years. So we're, relearning the format together. I did plenty of Hour and Amonkhet when they were out. But again, this is kind of a different format, and I haven't played with the cards in years, so this is literally game 3 for me playing with the cards again. Okay, let's see. So they exerted, we're not going to chump block, and this is a 3/3 trample that gives trample to the rest of your creatures. Okay, cool. So for this turn, we can commit, or we can play, Unquenchable. There's no need to put it on the Entangler this turn unless, we plan to use all our mana next turn, which we probably will. So I mean, this turn we just have to decide. Next turn we're probably going to play a 5-mana card, so we do want to decide what our best turn is. Probably still just commit the 3/3 when it attacks, rather than Unquenchable Thirst the Entangler. I guess I could put out the Aerial Guide to double block, but that seems kind of risky. So we'll plan to just put this back, and then drop our 4/4, which is bigger than their board. Amonkhet was really aggressive. Hour was not aggressive. Hour was a cycling set that played kind of long games and was interesting. And then Amonkhet was a really aggressive format because of Exert. Specifically, whatever it was called, Gust whatever, the 2/2 white creature that gets +1/+1 and flying when you exert it, is really aggro and really hard to block and race. Hooded Brawler, also pretty aggressive and pretty hard to block and race. So this format played really aggressively. So since they didn't send the 3/3, I'm going to put the Brawler back, not the Charioteer here. The reason being the 4/4 stops the 3/3, but it doesn't necessarily stop the Brawler because I'd have to trade. Well, I had to commit then, basically, because I wanted to use my mana. Not really sure, the question. If they attacked, I was going to commit the Charioteer, in combat. But since they didn't, then end of turn I put back the scarier of the 2 creatures. And I wanted to use my 4 mana, because, I have a 5-drop, another 5-drop, I have plenty to do. Okay, so clearly they have something. I don't really mind. I think I'm just going to double block the better creature. I'm not sure what they have, so I'm not sure how this is going to go for me. But if they play a pump spell, if I kill the Charioteer and the pump spell or the removal and just lose the horror, I'll be really happy. If they give +4/+4 and they kill both creatures and I don't kill their creature, I'll be really unhappy. Obviously, I don't remember all the cards perfectly in this format. But if they play +3/+3 or less, like if they deal 3 or +3/+3, then this works well for me. So hopefully that's what they have. And it was. So we got the 2-for-1. Pretty happy with that combat step. Unfortunately, they did exile, so we can't get it back with the Wanderer we just drew. But now, Hope Tender is a pretty good mana producer. They do only have 2 cards left, but this can untap 2 lands for 1, so it adds 1. But ultimately, we're not ending this game anytime soon. I've talked about this concept from time to time, but it's a pretty important one. You do kill mana creatures, like even on turn 5 or 6, if you're going to end the game soon. But if the game's going to go long, you'd rather just save your removal for their better threats. So I think what we're going to do here is plan to cycle this end of their turn unless they kill our creatures. And just play more stuff out. Because we have this commit memory here to reshuffle everything if we want to and get a bunch of new cards. So what we kind of want to do is just like empty our hand and then do that and restock. Because my deck's probably more powerful than theirs since I have like a control deck with some late game cards. And I have a lot more lands than them right now. So let's see. This thing, 1 or fewer cards in their hand, it'll be a 4/4. A 4/4 is not scary. We can double block it. So this turn, like I said, I think we want to use our cards, get them out of our hand. Because after that, we'll probably just have both players draw a new 7. So I'm going to attack with the bat. I'm not going to send the Guide or the Lord because that's a good double block on the 4/4 and just good blockers for the rest of their creatures. I mean, I might go aggro at some point because I could theoretically attack with the Guide and give flying to the Lord and 7 them. So if I hit for 3 next turn and the game stays a stalemate, then I can kill them in 2 with 7 and 7. So we'll have to reevaluate the game as far as whether we want to switch to aggro mode or whether we want to use memory here. If you have a bunch more lands out than the opponent, then memorying is pretty good. But at the same time, like I said, we could also win by hitting them for 3 and then hitting them for 7 twice. I don't necessarily think they have anything. I think this could just be a bluff. Because it's kind of a free roll, I guess. I don't want to lose my Zombie Lord to the Soul Scar if they play like a cantrip. It would have to be like another Tormenting Voice, or they could just have an instant removal, and that would be a huge blowout. I guess since I'm going to have Final Reward up next turn, I should probably just take 2. I do think there's a decent chance they just don't even have anything here, though. It refills both hands. The downside is they get to do it first. But in this exact case, like, I have 7 lands, so they're 3, now 4. So, like, I'm going to use the cards better than them. Plus, they seem to be a little red-green aggro deck. Whereas, I'm like, I have a lot of late game. Like, I have Lay Claim. I've got Archfiend. But, again, for now, we're going to see what they have. Because I can just use Aerial Guide to give flying to this Weaver. And then I can hit them for 8 twice and kill them in 2 attacks. So I'm not actually planning to memory unless they have removal and can get rid of like Aerial Guide or Blighted Bat. Otherwise, I'll just win by killing them in 2 turns now. And that's by far their best creature. I'm happy to Final Reward it. But first, let's do a double block that looks good and see if we can provoke a pump spell out of them. If they play one, it's just an even bigger blowout. If they pass to me, I'm just going to Final Reward the Lizard anyway. But if they go for a pump spell, all the better. I mean, I can't answer to why Cardboard Live isn't working. I have it open and updated. They probably just don't have the Amonkhet stuff on yet. So again, I don't expect them to be able to 10 me on their turn. And they die in 2 attacks now. So this is like a no-brainer. And there's no reason to have us each draw 7 cards if I'm winning. Like, you know, like, obviously I don't want to... Even though that I think with my 8 lands to their 5 in my deck versus red-green, that would probably favor me. Assuming I'm just going to kill them on my next turn, why do I want to change the game by giving us both 7 new cards? I'll just take the W. I don't know what Nick's Bloom finals is. Hello, Overlay's learning the cards with us. Yeah, I mean, Cardboard Live, to their credit, they usually get the new sets on really quickly. It might even come on like later today or tomorrow or something. I mean, the set literally just came on with the update like this afternoon or something. So, I mean, I'm not going to complain about Cardboard Live not having the set that literally came on a couple hours ago. I will complain about not being able to finish with Dominaria today because Wizards can't have Kicker working properly. I mean, that was kind of frustrating and annoying. I had a sweet deck that I literally saved to play on stream because I thought it was going to be so fun. And then I lost back-to-back games because I couldn't kick my Vicious Offering. And then obviously I was going to draft Dominaria all day, but I'm not going to do it if Kicker doesn't work. Like I said, I don't know how this format's going to play. This is Game 4 of the Sealed. I don't even know all the cards in this set. I know all the cards from Amonkhet and from Our, but I don't know how Amonkhet Remastered is going to play. I have no idea. Alright, so we have plenty of lands. Let's cycle our Desert. So we can use 1 mana and Sniper, and then we can cycle and put a -1/-1 counter on that. And pay 1, or we can play the Edifice. We can't use it, but we'd use all 3 mana. I think now that we have a Sniper, I'm happy to draw 1 and put a -1/-1 counter rather than draw 2. So let's just go ahead and do that, I think. Okay, so this turn we have the 4/2, or we have Edifice and use it, or we have Aerial Guide. I think I want to just play Edifice and use it. I don't really want to trade Pitiless Vizier for the Amnet. Edifice and use it looks like a pretty good turn. Stop the Lifelinker, we'll just take 2, no big deal. Start getting counters on this. So I can play the Vizier. I would love to trade it for the Horror. The problem is they could cycle. I can Edifice the Horror, but then I'd have to trade the Vizier for the Baleful Amnet, which I don't want to do. I could cycle Lay Claim and kill this, but I don't really want to cycle Lay Claim. I could steal Horror or something really good in a couple turns. So what I think I'm going to do is just plop out Aerial Guide now, and then I will Edifice, the 4/4, and trade Aerial Guide, my Aerial Guide, for their Aerial Guide. I'm definitely happy with that trade. I'm happy to try and win here as a control deck, because I can Lay Claim their best permanent in a few turns, and as the game goes on, I can get more value out of the Sniper. I don't have, a million cyclers. Oh, looks like Cardboard Live just popped up. Check if it's working. I think they might have literally just gotten the set on, because it just started working for me. You can't see it because I'm game capturing, not screen capturing. But I can now bring up my deck list using Untapped, sorry, not Cardboard Live, whereas I couldn't before. It literally just popped up. But yeah, I have a bunch of cyclers. I don't have a million, but I've got maybe 10 or so. So I think if the game drags on, I stand a decent chance to get value out of the Sniper. And then, of course, I can also Lay Claim any Broken Rare they play, and if not, the Horror's still pretty big. Yeah, they're usually pretty fast. I really got to give Cardboard Live credit. Like, we can't complain that it's not working yet. This set literally came on like an hour ago. Maybe a couple hours ago, but whatever. So now we have the choice, play the 3/4 flyer or cycle it. I think a 3/4 flyer in play is considerably more value than a draw a card and a -1/-1 counter. And it costs 5, which leaves us 1 for Edifice, so life is good. Just prepare to, like I said, basically be in a stalemate. Then we can lay claim Horror if they don't play anything better. Lay claim a Broken Rare if they do play it. Yeah, I mean, whatever. It came on today. I mean, I don't know exactly what time. Well, there's a better card to steal. So I can't steal it yet, but I can Edifice it this turn. They can still use it next turn. So, for now, we're going to obviously lay claim the Scarab God, but unfortunately I didn't draw land. I want to cycle the Scarab Feast here pretty badly. Try and find a land. I guess I could also use this to respond to the Scarab God. But, I mean, even if they make one zombie, if I steal the God, then, like, who cares? So I think what really matters is finding land 7. So I'm going to cycle this. Okay, there's the land we needed. This is until my next turn, so I can do it now. Until my next turn, target creature can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. Cool. And then, do I need the 3/4 back? I've got the Vizier to block Horror if they don't have a Cycler. Not great if they do. I don't really need the 3/4 back. I guess it's stopping 2. Plus, they have a big life total advantage, and I'm trying to win this by stealing their stuff and playing a long game. So an attack seems a little aggressive in this point. Oh yeah, Scarab God is incredible. This might be the best card in the set. Okay, so if they cycle, this turns into a 6/5. They have one card in hand, so it's probably not a Cycler. But we don't know. I could double block. It's not like I'm going to cycle much more, right? Like, if I block like this, the only problem is I lose both even if they don't have a Cycler. I don't really want to block with the Flyer. I think I'm just going to block. Maybe they have a Cycler, maybe they don't. But I'm no longer interested in lay claiming the Horror because there's a Scarab God out. So I'll just make that block. If they cycle, so be it. Maybe it'll take them off being able to activate Scarab God on my turn. No, Oketra... I mean, Oketra is probably better than Scarab God, but regardless of whether it's number 1, number 2, or number 3, I mean, you get the point. It's a total S tier, one of the best cards in the set. Who really cares whether it's number 1, 2, 3, or 4? But as long as they don't have a counter or a bounce spell, I'm just going to... Or removal, I win, because I'm going to steal their Scarab God. They get the 1/4/4, cool. I'm not dying this turn. Get over here. Now, if they kill it, it goes back to their hand, not mine. So if they have removal or bounce, they may win this game. But if I get to untap with the Scarab God, they're not winning this game. And they said good game. 4 to activate. Cool. Now I don't need the Flyer back. Just would have ended turn, activated Scarab God, making their Horror, and then activated it some more, making an army out of their creatures. How do you beat Scarab God? You take it and win with it, of course. Don't mind if we do. Yeah, it can be dealt with. And I mean, if you counter it, it doesn't go back to their hand. So final reward kills it, counters kill it. I mean, you know, it can be dealt with. But if not, then you win the game. Nicely done, Dirty South. I guess we're playing mono black this game. I mean, I'm not going to mulligan, right? I'm on the draw. I have 3 lands. I have a 3-drop, a 4-drop. I mean, all my cards are black. If I draw all blue cards and no islands, I'll probably lose. My deck's pretty half and half, black and blue. So, I mean, if I draw blue cards and no islands, this hand could end up really bad, but I don't see how you could ever mull something like this on the draw. Hopefully we'll draw islands or black cards. Even though Horror is one of my better cards, I'm pretty happy to cycle it because, again, I'm trying to dig up islands. So assuming they play a creature, I'll definitely cycle the Horror end of turn, pay 1, give it -1/-1 with the Sniper, see what we draw. If they don't play a creature, I'm probably not going to cycle it because I can always cycle it later for just 1 mana. And then I could also cast it if I draw an island anyway and I just do things on turn 3, 4, and 5. So if they play a creature, I cycle the Horror because of the -1/-1. If they don't, then I just would draw. I just wouldn't cycle it end of turn. Thank you, Joiner MTG. Appreciate the 10 months of support. Thanks again to everybody who does support my stream. Y'all the ones who make this possible, so thank you for your support. What do they have? I don't remember the tricks that well. Like, I don't care about this Lord this game. I don't have any other zombies in my hand. I'm inclined to block. Like, if they played, like, +2/+2, I wouldn't even care. If they played, like, a flash enchantment that gives it +2/+2 and sticks around, I wouldn't want to block. But if they play, like, a spell, like a pump spell, and they kill my Lord here, I couldn't really care less. So I think I'm going to block. I don't really remember all the tricks perfectly. I wouldn't block if it was, like I said, like a flash aura or something that was going to stick around. But if I knew they had, like, a pump spell, I'd still block. I really don't care. So I'm going to cycle the desert and give that -1/-1. But I'd rather use 4 mana here than 3 and get my 4/2 out first. And that will tap it, but it doesn't take away... Well, this doesn't have the activated abilities. It's a Sniper anyway. Boo. Wish I had the cycling up right now. Okay, so... Let's see. I can turn this into a 2/1. I can spend 3 mana, basically, if I cycle the desert and pay 1, or play the Aerial Guide. I don't really want to race a Lifelinker. I think I'm just going to trade Aerial Guide for Camel. This doesn't give first strike, does it? No. Oh, no, it does. So I can't do that. It gives first strike. So, in that case, maybe I'd rather just -1/-1 it again this turn. See what we draw. Because, I mean, getting the 2/2 flyer out doesn't do much for me, because I can't race this Lifelinker. They're at 21 and counting. And I can't block it if I play the Aerial Glide, because this has first strike now. So I think it makes sense to cycle, shrink it, and see what we get. The only real downside of this line is if I can't double spell next turn, but I didn't even have 2 blue cards. I just drew the second. And maybe I'll top deck an island. Okay, no real decisions here. I'm just going to put out my little creatures. I'm not going to final reward a 2/1, and I mean the 2/3 stopping it anyway. Yeah, this animation, though it's, like, good, like, I think it's high quality, it's kind of annoying. I would prefer to shut it off. You know, like, I think it looks good. Like, I think they did a good job with it. But I'm also trying to play the most complex strategy game ever created right now and not watch a movie. 15, no need to chump block. This will get small again next turn. Just going to take it here. So, guess we can attack with the guide and the sniper, because the sniper's not blocking. And then if we hold the sentinels and the initiate back, we should have decent blocks. Because initiate with Embalm, we don't mind blocking with, because if it dies, we're only like a mana short to bring it back. Actually, we have enough mana to bring it back already. We have 7. So whereas normally I might not want to trade off a 3-2 flyer, I'm happy to trade off this 3-2 flyer since it comes back from the dead. Yeah, that probably wouldn't be good for anyone, Backbacker. Yeah, you should be able to toggle it on and off. Like I said, I think they did a good job. I think this looks good. I just find it a little distracting right now when I'm trying to focus on the strategy here. Okay, so, like I said, normally I wouldn't trade Aven Initiate for... I wouldn't trade a 3-2 flyer. Like, if this was Aven Sentry and M21 for the Sentinels, I would just take 3. But because if it dies, I'm actually happy, I'm just going to double block. And then we can either trade Sentinels for Sentinels, or they can trade Sentinels for my Initiate, and then I'll get it back. So now, we'll just Embalm this for sure. And then what do we want to attack with? I don't have a good block on the 2-1 First Strike Lifelink if I send the 2-3. So again, I think I'll send these 2. Another one of those aggressive exerters, right? This one's hard to block. You have to have a 4 toughness creature out, or you're just throwing away anything that blocks it if they exert it. I mean, like I said, I think they did a good job with it. I'm not going to hate on it. Like, this is, like, pretty cool looking. I just don't, you know, like I said, there's 5 permanents in play on each side, and we're playing the most complex strategy game ever, in my opinion, and I just, you know, find it a little distracting. But I'm not going to, like, say they didn't do a good job. Like, it looks cool. Okay, so I'll definitely use one of these on Oketra's Avenger. The question is which. I think it's probably the final reward. We can always commit later and then memory. We want to get the final reward out of our hand. Again, we can't really race the lifelinker, but we're certainly in a winning position race-wise. And if they get in one hit, it's fine. So I think we send all the flyers and just hold back the 2-3 to stop the 2-1. I'm not, like, super scared they're going to have something. If they do, they do. They can get in one hit, and then we can just change plans or reevaluate. Well, we're not racing it, but Miserloo, because it's not attacking or blocking. When I say we can't race it, what I mean is I can't hit with, like, the Sentinels in the air and then take 2 back and have them gain 2. If it's not attacking or blocking, we're not really racing it. It's just sitting there. Okay, so we can give -1/-1 to whatever. I think I just finish off the camel and commit this token because it'll go away for good, and then they'll just have out a 2-3 that does nothing and a 1-1 that does nothing. So let's start by cycling, see what we draw. I could shrink their flyer into a 1-3, but then it's still out to block my 2-2 flyer every turn. So I think I'd rather just finish that camel off. I'm super happy to commit the token because it's gone for good. It's basically a removal spell. And even though they have a bit of a life total advantage, I don't mind this turn hitting for 5 and taking 2 back. I've got another creature to drop next turn to stop the mummy. So now I have the choice, draw 2 or draw 1 and give -1/-1. And +1/+1 to the Sentinel. So I think what I'm going to do is attack with all 3 creatures, giving flying to the sniper. Because if they block the sentinel, then I'll cycle the illumination, give it +1/+1, which will kill their sentinel for free, and I can put the -1/-1 counter on like the 1/1 token or the 2/3. If they take it, I'll probably just draw 2. And if they chump block, then I'll definitely just draw 2. I would really rather have 2 cards than 1 card and a damage and a -1/-1 counter. So I think it's better to draw 2 if they take it. It's certainly close. No decisions now, though. We'll just rock our giant awesome rare. And they're dead. When you spend less mana to answer a threat than it costs, you have gained an important mana advantage. Thanks, Arena. I mean, I can't rate Amonkhet Remastered. Like I said, I think Amonkhet was kind of a bad aggressive format, and Hour was like a pretty good, like, interesting cycling, grindy format with a lot of options. So, I mean, I would say I liked Hour a lot, and I didn't like Amonkhet very much. But I've now played 5 games of Amonkhet Remastered Sealed. Ask me next week after I get to play it for fun a bunch off stream all weekend, and then I'll tell you how I feel about the format. But today I can't rate the format. Today we're just going to do a Sealed or 2 and a Draft or 2 and learn the format a little bit together. And I will give assessments, ratings, general advice, etc. next week, no problem. But I'm not going to be able to do that today. I wasn't even planning on playing this today, except apparently Kicker doesn't work anymore, so I'm not going to play Dominaria if I can't use Kicker cards. I'm kind of mad about that if you can't tell. Dominaria is one of my all-time faves, and I really wanted to play 3 more drafts of it today on stream and finish, you know... Like I said, literally last night I drafted a really cool deck and saved it to play on stream today. And then, of course, it no longer works because I have 2 Vicious Offerings. And I literally lost back-to-back games today because I couldn't kick Vicious Offering. So, as you can tell, I'm kind of mad about that. Yeah, you're probably right, Jose Canseco. I said that half-jokingly, like it was a conspiracy to get us to stop playing Dom. But, I mean, Dom, it's obviously a joke because Dom's coming off anyway. If it was the current set and they really wanted us to play Amonkhet Remastered, I mean, they still wouldn't do it, but who knows? But Dom's coming off in, like, 15 hours anyway, so clearly they didn't do that on purpose. They would never do that on purpose, I'm just saying. Even as a conspiracy theory type joke, it's not like, obviously it doesn't even make sense. Okay, so I think I'll lock down this with the Unquenchable Thirst, because I don't want to have to trade with it since it comes back. I could attack if I play the Thirst too, so that's really good, whereas I can't attack if I don't, so that makes it pretty much a no-brainer. So now I'm probably going to plan to shove my Eternal in front of the Vizier. Even if they cycle and quote-unquote get me, I have Gravedigger to get it back. I don't want to take too many hits for 4, and then I'm trying to win this game like as a control deck. I'm not going to cycle anything because I want to cycle after the Archfiend comes out. So for this turn, it's Spellweaver in front of Vizier, and then I already have land 5 and Archfiend for next turn, and then we'll evaluate after that. And if they don't attack, all the better. What is this thing? 2/-1 counters on any creature you control, so they're going to kill their Earthshaker and then they can bring it back. when it dies, you can put a -1/-1 counter on a creature for each one on it. So if you put the counters on it, when it dies, you can mess up one of your opponent's creatures. In this case, they just freed up their Earthshaker. Doesn't really seem like any choices here. If they can't kill this, when we untap with it, we have 3 cycling cards, and we can basically cycle these all for 3 new cards and wrath them. If they do kill it, we can Gravedigger it back, unless they Puncturing Blow it and exile it, in which case it's gone forever. Sad. So that went very poorly. Let's say they pay the 6 to Eternalize this. Can I respond with Scarab Feast, or do I have to Scarab Feast now if I don't want them to be able to Eternalize it? Does anybody remember? Can I respond to Eternalize with Scarab Feast, or do I need to do it now? You have to do it now? Okay, then it seems worth it to not let them get this big creature. So then I guess this turn, I'm just going to exile all their stuff. Obviously, I don't care about the non-Earth Shakers, but it seems worth paying 1 to get rid of that big creature. I kind of want to play the Desert so I can late claim, but I also kind of want to cycle it because I can already Lethal Sting the 4/5, in which case this game is not ending anytime soon. So next turn, if I don't play the Desert, I have dropped this and Lethal Sting on the 4/5, but then I'm 2 lands away from stealing something instead of 1 land away from stealing it. So this is kind of a hard decision as to whether to play the Desert or not. I'm pretty greedy, and I'm always worried about Flood Out, so I think I'm not going to play it. Just because I can even double spell next turn already. And then let's kill the 4/5. Obviously the -1/-1 on the 2/2, not the 2/1. Afflict is whenever a creature blocks it, the controller of the blocker takes damage equal to the Afflict number. It's just like kind of a silly aggressive mechanic that doesn't do a whole lot. Like now I'm going to block 2/1 on 2/2, I'm still just going to take 1. Draw a card, activate spell only, cast a non-creature. Okay, whatever. So I'm definitely going to cycle here. Even though this is kind of useful with the Vizier, I still do want land 7. I held it rather than play it because I don't want to get flooded. But ultimately, if I draw lands now, I can use them to cast Lay Claim. If I draw spells, then I can just cast the spells I draw. Which is why I held it to cycle rather than play it, but I'm still going to cycle it pretty aggressively. I don't really see any choices. I can definitely afford to attack with the 2 big ones. Chump block with the 1/1 if they attack back, plus I have removal and a counter, so life is good. If they attack with both now, I just Gravedigger on the prowess, take 1, and then I commit any spell they play that would win the game, or block, or whatever. No need to proactively kill 1, I can just go to 2, because commit protects me from like a burn spell. I don't know if this matters. I definitely want to kill one of them. I don't think which one particularly matters. That should be game. I really doubt they're holding anything the way this game played. Went and got some more tissues for this allergy blow my nose stream. This is live for everybody. I'm not on like anything special here. I don't even think I'm in the creator program. Nose blowing stream. So we could start off the new format with a 7-0. That's kind of sweet if we win this game. I didn't actually think this deck was anything special, but it's playing out pretty smoothly. This was a sealed. What should I do next, draft or sealed? I'll do either. I mean, I don't really know how to draft Remastered. I know how to draft Amonkhet, and I know how to draft Hour. Okay, it's like all drafts, so we'll do draft after this. You don't have to keep typing it. Sometimes it's super close, but this poll was like, you know, I see like literally all drafts. I don't even see anybody say sealed. I see one person said sealed, so we'll do draft. We were voting, but it was about 95% draft, so. So let's see. I'm not cycling Archfiend. I don't have anything to cast. Okay. I don't think democracy is overrated. I'm not a get the best results person. I'm a freedom and, like, democracy person. I actually think people focus too much on accomplishing things and not enough on things like fairness and representation and stuff like that. Okay, so I can't block the flyer with the Lord. I'll happily trade off the Blighted Bat. I have Gravedigger, I have Archfiend. I'm looking to play a long game. The Heat are winning the NBA title, of course. Come on now. Alright, so let's see. I guess I can just Edifice now. I mean, I could Gravedigger back the bat, and then I don't have to start using my mana on Edifice. But I want to stop a 3/3 lifelink. And then a 5/4 is bigger than it for next turn anyway. And I also don't want to use Gravedigger until after I cast Archfiend, because most removal doesn't exile. I mean, even though Final Reward, the common one that most likely they have to deal with it, would, if it doesn't get exiled and does die, I can always get it back, and it is a game-winning card. I'm down, Dangle. I'm down. Yeah, Edifice is basically just Icy. Like I said, it's a little bit worse, and you get it for 1 mana less. So I basically just view it as about equivalent to Icy Manipulator. It's just a really good card. Okay, I think I'm just going to slam the Archfiend here. Like I said, if they kill it, I can afford to take 6 and Gravedigger it back, because then I have Edifice to stop the flyer, and I just take, like, 2 the following turn. If they exile it, I can't really do anything about that. But if I untap with it, it's a really strong creature. Thanks for that subscription, Dirty South. I literally live in the southern tip of the country, even though South Florida is probably more New York culture in Broward County where I live than it is southern. Appreciate the support, though. So, there's a removal spell, but it doesn't exile, so now we can try and Gravedigger it back, and then use Edifice to stop the Aerial Guide. Gravedigger trades with this 2/2 token, and we will take 2. I guess I could play Shimmer Skilldrake this turn and Gravedigger later, and then I don't take any. Maybe that's better. We're not really in a rush, we just want to not die. Ironically, even though you're 500 miles north of me, Dirty South, Bama's probably more the south than Broward County, Florida. It wasn't really a consideration to draw removal with the Drake, because if I untapped with the 5/4, it was so much stronger. And if they had removal, I don't really care unless it exiles, because I had Gravedigger. So this is the Ophidian of the format. I take 2 if I block it, but okay, as long as I can kill it, it's fine. They don't draw cards or anything like that. So it looks easy now. Let's play that Gravedigger. Buy back our Broken Rare. So the only decision here is which do we Edifice, the Ophidian or the Aerial Guide? Because technically Shimmerscale Drake can block either. I don't care about taking 2 if I kill it, but if they, like, kill the Drake, then they draw cards. But I'm already down to 9, so I think I'd rather them draw cards than get in too much damage, like Aerial Guide giving flying to something. Which, as you see, is what's happening. So now I'm not going to block this. I'm just going to let them get a card. Gravedigger can trade with the 2/2. Okay, and the big flying rare. Ouch, they have another removal. This is going to be tight. Can't really do anything. Again, I don't want to go to 1. I have to just let them draw and hope they flood a little. Well, the Scarab God. I mean, I can lay claim it, but I also have to not die. So, I really need to get that rare out and shrink their whole team. If I lay claim the Scarab God, I'm dead on board, so that's not an option. Can I come back from this? I mean, I can Edifice the Scarab God and put out the Shimmerscale Drake, but then I'm still dead on board. So I have to, like, double spell here. Get back stuff. I could win the long game pretty easily from this position, but I think I'm succumbing to the aggression. So close. I guess I have to cycle this for 1 mana and see what we find, because Lay Claim doesn't work. Shimmerscale Drake doesn't work. Yeah, if I drew the land, I could have Lay Claimed and Edificed, and then it would still be a tight game that maybe was winnable. So now I can Lord and Sting, but it's the same situation. I need 1 more mana, basically. Think I'm dead. I mean, obviously I'll cycle again before I concede, but I don't think I really have much I can do now. Yeah, super tight, but I'm dead. No 7-0 for me. Sad. Good game. I needed like a couple more points of life. If I drew the land, I could have stole the the Scarab God, and then I could have Edificed the Flyer. And then if they attack with both, I can eat the 2/4 and take 1. They draw another card, but I'm actually in a winning position. If they attack with just the 1/3, I block, I go to 1, but then I eat it. So if I had drawn a land, it was still tight. I'm not saying I was going to win. I'd be at like 1 life, but I'd have Scarab God and Edifice and Archfiend in the yard with Cyclers in hand. It definitely would have been a tight game had I drawn the land that last turn. I gotta stop messing around and get a roll of toilet paper. Fine. My nose just decided to start running like crazy. I mean, life, like, you know, if I turn the corner in that game, it doesn't matter that they're at 26. If I, like, take their Scarab God, or if I untap with Archfiend and Cyclers in hand, like... Yeah, I'm going to draft after this. I'm going to do an Amonkhet Remastered draft after this sealed, and we're 6-1, so 1 or 2 games left in the sealed, no matter how it goes. So if I attack, they can block with their 1/3, and they happily will, because if I did play a spell, they would just get to draw a card, so we can't really attack. So I'll just play Blighted Bat and pass the turn. That's pretty funny, Potter Goes Gaming. So, I can't block the Blade, and I don't want to block the Prowler, so it looks like we're just taking it. Now I can attack back, though. The Eternal does its 2 whether they block it or not, so just attack, drop another flyer, I think, because we're pretty far ahead here. So they play a pump spell, flick 2 means they take 2 when they block it, so that's irrelevant. Not really a good block, because it just gives me the opportunity to play like a cantrip and kill the Cultivator. They take 2 either way. Obviously, if they take it, I play a cantrip, they take 3, but I don't think they wanted to sack the Cultivator to save 1 damage. But, I mean, their creatures are okay as far as, like, this can ramp and this is a decent blocker, and if they sack it, they get value. But, I mean, this is not a race. Like, they shouldn't be trying to race me at the moment. Well, I guess that's why they were racing. This card is hard to race, but again, we're just going to hit back for more than we're taking. Whether they block the Eternal or not, it does its 2 to them. So we're still hitting back for 7 here. I have no idea, Cups. And then, of course, we'll just drop our last creature. Slitherblade, if you do draft like a really aggressive deck, is a fine card, but you shouldn't put that card into a sealed. Like, I mean, sometimes you win games with aggro as sealed. Like, I've won about half of these games as, like, through aggression. But even then, 1 a turn, unless you're a really focused aggro deck, is just not worth a card. Like, it's fine if you're a 15-land aggro deck or something. But I don't think in sealed, Slitherblade should be in your deck. Unless you have, like, you know, things you enchanted with, like that enchantment that draws a card whenever the creature does damage or stuff like that. Okay, for now, what happens if I attack with everything? Prowler on the Eternal is pretty bad for me. But they take the 2, they go to 7. 5 in the air puts them to 2. So then the end result is I lose Eternal, they lose Cultivator, because they have to also block the Pitiless Vizier. And then I can just play the Wandering Death, getting back the Eternal and replay it, and they're at 2 life. So that actually looks pretty good. My other options are cycle it. If I find a removal, I win. But actually, attacking works here. I guess I could cast it for no targets to turn this into a 3-2. That's actually decent, too. But if they block the Eternal here with the Prowler, they take the 2, so they finish at 2 life. That means the Vizier has to eat the Cultivator. So it's already a 1-for-1, and I get in the 2 damage. And then I can also just Wandering Death and replay it, which means they have to kill it or they die to it. So I think I actually like an alpha here. They can either chump the Vizier with the Feral Prowler and take 7, or they can eat the Eternal with the Prowler and take 7, and then they have to chump the Vizier with the Cultivator to not die, and then they're at 2 because they took 7, and I'll just replay the Vizier. I mean, replay the Eternal with them at 2. Yeah, Calcano and his squad drafted like this 15, 14, whatever land aggro Slitherblade deck. I wouldn't say they broke the format. I do think the deck is good. I mean, that's the case most of the time. When somebody figures out something different and other people aren't competing for the same cards, it's often a good strategy, similar to Cunio's mono red when everybody else is fighting over all the grindy stuff. As he himself said, like, if everybody is drafting a wide variety of decks, you don't want to force mono red because, I mean, the blue decks are a little bit better if there's, like, an even distribution. But if everybody in Dominaria is fighting over the blue and black grindy decks, and then you can just get all those mono red cards yourself and nobody else is fighting you for them, then it can be a good strategy because people are trying to go over the top of each other in Dominaria. It's a really slow, grindy format, and you're drafting this hyper aggro deck and punishing them. It's similar with Slitherblade. I don't think if 3 players in each pod were drafting Slitherblade aggro, it would be a good deck. But if nobody else is after the same cards as you, then you can draft it almost every time and have it be good. But also, this is Amonkhet Remastered. That was a triple Amonkhet draft. Okay, so they're just dead, whatever. Sadly, the 6-0 curse means you lose and then you always win the next one and go 7-1, but you don't get to have the sweet 7-0. I wouldn't play it in sealed Slitherblade just because I have 1 6th Sense. Now, if I had like 3 6th Senses, I'd play it. But just because you have 1, like, you're not going to draw both right away that often. And people have a lot of removal in sealed anyway. It's not like Slitherblade has hexproof or something. Yeah, the bat's playable. I mean, it's not strong or anything, but it's a 2-1 flyer for 3, haste, and it's a zombie. It's clearly playable. Yeah, the 6-0 curse, the same thing with the Snapping Turtle deck. That's why it's the curse. You're not, oh, I'm thrilled with a 7-1 too, but once you're already 6-0, then it's sweet to get the 7-0. If you lose, like, you know, if you're 2-0 and then you lose and you're 2-1 and then you go 7-1, you're happy with it, right? But 7-0s are kind of rare and kind of sweet, so when you're 6-0, you start thinking about the 7-0. Okay, so Hour of Devastation here, it's a fine sweeper. I don't know this format, obviously, so I don't know if Red wants to be controlling decks with a sweeper or, like, aggro decks where a sweeper wouldn't be that good. Cryptic Servant, this card's pretty good. I mean, if you put a couple instants and sorceries, it can be a cheap big creature. Ruthless Sniper is a great place to start. If you start with it, you can prioritize cycling the whole way, and it's a pretty strong card. Trial of Zeal, 3 damage to any target, play a cartouche, bounce it back. Similar to the Sniper, if you start with this, you can prioritize other trials and cartouches, and it's clearly one of the better trials since it's 3 mana, 3 damage. So I don't think we're really looking at the commons. I mean, this card's good, or was good, but I think we're going to take, like, Trial or Sniper or Hour of Devastation. I guess we'll draft around Hour. If we start with it, we can just draft a control deck pretty much regardless, and then we have a sweeper. And, I mean, this is my first draft of the format, so I really don't know how the format plays, but this card does have the potential to be really good. So, if we're looking to draft around Hour, then we probably want to play, like, blue if we can, so we can play card drawing and counters with our sweeper. Essence Scatter seems totally reasonable here. Otherwise, what would we take? Like, Soul Stinger was good. 3 damage to an attacker or blocker would be fine. I'm guessing we just want to take Scatter here. I don't think we want to take the Lord. I mean, we don't want a bunch of zombies and a sweeper. And I don't think the Lord is, like, incredible or anything. So now there's, like, the Tapper. It's fine. Nothing special. This is a fancy card that's good in, like, Modern and stuff. In Limited, you can play it. It's a 3-mana 2/1 flyer, but it's basically a 3-mana 2/1 flyer. We could take Horror. This would be a good card with, like, a blue-black cycling control or a black-red, you know, with, like, even on the more controlling end. This is a finisher. I don't think any of these blue cards are very exciting. I think this is just take Horror here. Okay, this is still a pinger. I mean, if you exert and kill something, that's well worth it. And, I mean, if you just trade this off with their 3-drop, if there's nothing to ping, that's fine, too. So this card, I think, is pretty good, Fervent Paincaster. Otherwise, like, we could get another Horror. Kind of wish I had taken the Sniper pick one, pack one now. Just draft blue-black cycling. Shimmerscale Drake, also a fine card. You get a fine body for 5, or you can cycle it. But I think the Pinger is the best card here. There is a lot of 1 toughness, and you don't mind exerting at all if you're killing a creature by exerting. And like I said, if this was a 1/1, it would be a pretty bad card, because there'd be some games where like this card just basically did nothing. But as a 3-mana 3/1, it's got like a low floor. It's like either you trade it with their 2 or 3 drop, or you ping things off and get free kills and go up cards. So I think Fervent Paincaster is probably a pretty good Magic card. I think I'm going to take Censor. I don't think it's a great card, but it has cycling. So that's just a sweet Magic card. You can censor something early, or you can cycle it when it's dead. It's, again, a low floor since it has cycling 1. So if we are going to draft like a blue-red control, we want like late-game type stuff. So Seeker probably better than Aerial Guide for us. High floor, not low floor, yeah. I mean, I don't think this card is great. 2-mana 1/3 that like can only loot sometimes. I guess, though, what is the other option? Like, the Ceradon, this card kind of sucks. Unquenchable Thirst is good removal. Plenty of time to get deserts. And even if we don't, as long as... So, with a card like Unquenchable Thirst, if you're an aggro deck, then you need this to tap the blocker so you can attack. If you're a control deck, it's not that big of a deal to take 1 hit from some little creature and then thirst it and keep it tapped for good. And we're definitely not drafting an aggro deck right now. Similarly, Naga Oracle I don't think is a very good card, but it seems fine. Opportunity to take a blue desert here. That's a clear choice. Don't think these cards super matter. I guess if we end up wanting the 2-drop, we could play it. So, I mean, clearly we're blue. Our blue cards are not that good, but they are fine. I mean, the desert's a solid playable, too, in addition to, like, just Thirst, which is good removal, and Scatter, which is a fine card. But our blue is not, like, super exciting or anything. Blue does have a lot of cycling. I think I'm going to grab Sentinels over the other stuff. I don't know if we're blue-red or blue-black. I mean, right now, or blue anything for that matter. Our red is better than our black, but it's not like we've seen a lot of red or black. Ooh, another blue desert. Which one is Mullug? I didn't take Slitherblade because there's just no way we're going to use it. It doesn't go with, like, any of our cards. It's just not what this deck does. We're going to play some sort of cycling card-drawing deck. You know, we have a sweeper and a pinger, or we have, like, you know, a late-game cycling card here. So, I don't think Throne is playable. Bone Picker's pretty good. You can play this for 1 sometimes, and then that's awesome. Even if you play it for 4, it's a fine card. Second Pinger, of course, is good. These always work well in multiples. Magma Spray is probably just better. If we draft blue-red control, We really need to not get run over. We probably don't want to pass any Magma Sprays if we're going to draft a control deck with card drawing in late game. I talk about this concept from time to time. Cards like Magma Spray are better in defensive decks because if you're an aggro deck, you need to remove their big blocker that like kind of stymies your aggression. If you're a control deck, you need to stop their aggression. So cards like Shock and Spray tend to... Listen, you should play Shock and Spray, to be clear, in any aggro deck or any control deck. You're never cutting either of those cards from a draft deck. But they perform better in control decks, Shock and Spray, whereas stuff like Chandra's Outrage performs better in aggro decks. And not because of the 2 to the player. Aggro decks want to remove that big blocker that's blanking your team. Control decks want to stop the cheap evasion creature or the cheap exert creature or whatever so they don't get run over. So probably going to take Open Fire. This split card sucks. This is good removal. I think this is a good card to Stripe Riverwinder since it cycles and can be a win condition, and Illumination is good too. But obviously Open Fire, if we're going to play Blue-Red, is just a better removal spell. It's an instant. No interest in Destroy X artifacts. We have tons of cycling, so this is a nice cycling counter. Not something that I'm excited to third pick, but there's nothing wrong with third picking it, and I don't even think it's competing with anything here for Blue-Red. Aerial Guide's an aggressive card. We're a control deck. Seems like a pretty easy countervailing wins. So this card's good in green creature decks, but we're not that. Blue Cartouche, I mean, this is a better card for an aggro deck, but we might still play it. Nothing wrong with give +1/+1 flying and draw a card. That's just a sweet Magic card. I guess Slitherblade's unplayable and Floodwater's pretty bad for us, so Blue Cartouche it is. Okay, so again, regardless of whether we see ourselves as aggro or control, there's nothing wrong with this 2-drop. It's a really aggressive card, but we have a lot of spells. We can trade it off early. We can pump it. We can start attacking with it right away. It's just a good Magic card. I remember the Vizier being pretty good. Creature card with Eternalizer and Bomb. Yeah, so this card's really good assuming you can search for something. Don't think we have much or anything yet, but we still have a pack and a half, and we'll take any Eternalizer or Bomb creature really aggressively. Obviously, if we don't get anything, then this card basically does nothing. But if we get a single one, it's a really strong card, because it puts the card in your yard where you then bring it back, so it basically is a 4-mana 2/4 that also draws you a creature by putting it in your yard. And then when you Eternalize or Embalm it, you get to draw another card, so it's a really good card. Okay, so we have the Deserts. Unquenchable Thirst would be good. Essence Scatter's good. Consigned Oblivion's good if you're blue and black, but not if you're blue-red. I don't know what this card is. Doesn't seem good at all. I think we're blue-red. Thirst is probably better than Scatter. I don't know which one I got there, but looks like the Thirst, which is probably the right pick. So if we're going to play blue-red control, I don't mind a Tormenting Voice. Yeah, I don't know what the Wasp even does. That's like a different card or whatever. That's not from the actual sets, I don't think. So it looks like we're a little blue-red spells control. It seems fine. We really need to grab at least one Eternalizer and Bomb creature so we have something to search for. But that's a nice way to gain card advantage and effectively win games with a deck with good removal and counters. I think this card is unplayable. I don't even think we need bombs. I think we just need, like I said, like a way to win with this card advantage and stuff like that. The crab has 5, not 6, right? So yeah, that's pretty unexciting for us. This card is totally busted, but I think we're blue-red. Although this pack doesn't really have much for blue-red. I mean, take the Desert, I guess. I mean, our red is a lot better than our black at this point. I basically don't have black cards. This pack sucks. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the Deserts. They're fine cards. And we do have 2 Unquenchable Thirsts. Not what I wanted to first pick. I really want to get an Embalm or Eternalized creature. Even if I have just one, that's fine. I'm not going to draw it most of the time. But I really need to get one to search out. This pack's horrible for us, too. What is going on here? I don't really want any of these. We have a lot of cyclers, so I guess this Sentinels is a fine drop. This pack is going horribly. I was pretty happy with the deck after 2 packs. We're basically not getting, like... I mean, both the Desert and the Tues-Thurs are going to make our deck, but those are not cards we should be first or second picking. Now I'm going to take, like, Seeker. I mean, this is, like, embarrassing. These are fine aggro cards, but they're not really stuff we're interested in for our cycling spells deck. This is just bad. Okay, well, Lay Claim is a nice card. It's better in Sealed than in Draft, but it has cycling and we're a control deck, so that's still a good win condition. Unquenchable Thirst, definitely I'd play any number of that card, but I think we'd rather get the Lay Claim. What does this thing do? Oh, wow, wait a minute. So, we're a spells deck. This is just a 4-mana 5/5. Like, I don't know if we want Lay Claim or Magmaroth here. I think they're both quite good for us. And Lay Claim's probably still better. None of these cards look very good, but we have double Sentinels, double Countervailing Winds, so I think I'd rather just the 1-mana Cycler than the 2-mana Cycler. Doesn't look like we're going to get any Eternalize or Embalm creatures. That sucks. But we do have 3 Sentinels, 2 Winds, a lot of nice Cyclers, so that's decent. So, I mean, if we're going to get 0, I have to cut the Vizier. It just doesn't do anything if you have 0. Even if we had 1, it would be a good card. But, unfortunately, unless we pick up 1, it just does nothing. This card seems pretty bad. This is another one of those new cards. I don't know what that is. 5 mana 4/4. Creatures can't block. Looks like just another Naga Oracle. Thankfully, there's no Zenith Flare in this format. I'm happy about that. That card is just not fun. Thank you, A. Carter. Appreciate the subscription. I mean, I think this deck is medium. I'm not super worried about closing, and I think having all the Cyclers we have with 2 good cycling counters and 3 Sentinels, I think we'll be fine. But, I mean, I'm really disappointed I didn't get a single Eternalizer and Bomb, so that I can't really make use out of the Blue Vizier, which can be a really strong card if you have a couple. I know there's not a million, but, like, with 1, this card is good. With 2 or 3, it's, like, awesome. Probably play, like, 18 lands or 17 lands. It depends how many cheap Cyclers we have. We have 3 Deserts, so we can play, like, any number of lands, but also we have a bunch of 1-mana Cyclers. So we'll probably just play a normal, like, 17, and then if we draw lands, we can cycle our Deserts. If we draw, you know, a spell-heavy hand, we can cycle our spells. Censor cycles for 1. Argument cycles for 1. Striped Riverwinder cycles for 1. So, assuming we play 17, that'll probably be the 17, the extra blue, since we have 3 blue cycling lands. So let's see what we would want to cut. Well, all of our cards actually look fine. Can cut like a Seeker. I do need some bodies to put these cartouches on sometimes. Can cut Tormenting Voice. Like, I guess it's a good way to discard a land, though, if we're flooding. I have an Ancient Crab. I just don't think we need it. I'd rather have Naga Oracles, I think. Yeah, I think this deck's sweet. I don't know what to cut, though. Could cut one of these. This card seems pretty mediocre. Could cut a blue cartouche. I don't have a lot of creatures, which is fine. I'm removal. I'm late game. I have a sweeper. I'm not, like, worried about having a ton of creatures, but I might want to cut one of the 2 cartouches, even though the blue cartouche is kind of a good card. I agree. Naga Oracles are not that good without Embalm. Let's cut one of those. Hello, Rodrigor. So I did a sealed, and this is the first draft. I'm going to do one more draft after this, and this is game one of this draft. So we're going to play this draft out, then do another Amonkhet draft and play that one out. I was going to not even do Amonkhet today. I was going to do Dominaria today, but Kicker is broken now. If they want to exert and rummage, be my guest. I'm going to get my 1/3 out to block. Kind of regret it now because they just resolved a really tough creature to block, but okay. Kicker is broken, and not in the good way. So obviously I'm not like scared of blocking the scavenger. This thing's in here mostly to block. Occasionally I'll loot with it. So for this turn, they exerted, so neither of those are on tapping. So I can pretty much do whatever I want. I think this is a good opportunity to get out the Oracle. It looks like a pretty good blocker. No reason to draw the land and then cycle it. We can just ship it to the graveyard. We don't really need more lands. And I don't even know if I really want to draw this. I think I'm just going to put all 3 of those in the graveyard. Try and dig to my better cards. Oh, that was bad for me. Probably going to lose now. I mean, that's just till end of turn, but taking a lot of damage here. But whatever, these creatures aren't unblockable. On future turns I can block them, so. Not going to chump block, we'll just go to 4. They don't untap, so as long as they don't have another one of those, I guess we're fine. I mean, I can scatter any creature this turn. I can open fire the Brawler. The Scavenger's easy to block. Oh, and there's another 3, but 3 isn't 4. Don't know if they can deal that final point or not. I mean, I have control of the game, but of course I'm at 1. I guess I also have the countervailing winds, but how many cyclers are in the yard? Not many, just 1. So that's not a reliable counter right now. So I can play Cartouche, and then I still have open fire or a counter open. Guess the Cartouche should probably go on the Oracle. What does this turn into, a 5/4? So I can already double block it or open fire it. Exert goes on the stack, right? Like the pump. Like if they attack and then they exert it, I can respond. So I can't let that resolve. Or, I mean, I can counter the trial, but I think if I just kill the creature here in response, that's better. If they have a pump spell, then I'm dead. But, I mean, seems worth the risk. It's not like I'm in bad shape on board. I can double block this Brawler just fine. Countervailing Winds. Counter target spell unless control pays 1 for each card in your graveyard. Sorry, it's not each cycling card, it's just each card. So this is a reliable counter. Right, it attacks, it exerts, so it won't untap, and then the pump goes on the stack or something, so that I can respond to it. Sorry, again, first time I've played a Countervailing Winds in 2 years. But yeah, this just counts all cards in the yard, so this is a reliable counter. So again, if they don't have anything, if I can't take it, so if I'm going to have to chump, I'd rather double block. But if I get to untap, I can start attacking them, and I have 2 counters in hand, so I'm at 1, but certainly just a close game from here. Okay, no real decisions. 1 land away from casting that. Not going to cycle it. I would counter pretty much any creature, but not Feral Prowler, I think. Rather drop shield sooner than later, so I'm going to put out my 5/5. I need a real win condition out. Hopefully they don't kill me this turn, and then in future turns I'll have my counters up. I don't even want to kill that. They might find an out, so definitely blocking with the 2/3. Okay, and now back to playing it safe. Now I will kill it so that I can start attacking with both. So I'm not going to cycle the Censor now. If they attack, I'm going to block and cycle. Do I want to counter that? I wouldn't use Countervailing Winds, but I would use Essence Scatter. So that I can keep hitting for 5. I guess if I attack with both and they don't block, I die. So I should just cycle the Censor and a turn, because I'm only going to attack with the Riverwinder here. So if I attack with both now and they take it, I can play the Drake, but then I'm dropping shields. I don't want to drop shields. I'm in a pretty good position. And I'm only 1 land away from playing the Drake with Winds up. I could spray here so that they don't get a card, but it's not like I'm winning next turn. I think I'd rather have spray for a small creature. They can't resolve a cartouche unless they have a creature out, and I can spray most creatures. The creatures are pretty small in this format, and if they do draw a burn spell directly, I can just counter it. 2 damage to an opponent. Well, I can't let that resolve, so there goes my Countervailing Winds. But that creature is sprayable, so that's good. Now we can attack, play the Drake, and if they don't peel it out this turn, we win. Drake protects us from a haste creature. Can you cartouche your opponent's creatures? No, so even a cartouche doesn't work. So they strictly just have to draw damage. So hopefully they brick here. Any blocker doesn't work, because, I mean, if they block the 5/5, they still take 5. Yeah, I mean, Glorybringer, whatever. That's a rare. Yeah, that was a good game. Thanks, chat. That was fun. Really tight game. One does not equal 0. Everybody in my stream knows that. Maybe it's safer, but then if they draw a blocker, they're not even dead on board. Like, by attacking with both there, the Drake protects me from a haste creature, and any one blocker for the 5/5 leaves them still taking 5 and dying. It would have been funny if Arena popped up saying, like, life is a resource, don't be afraid to spend it. Winning at 1 is the same as winning at 0. This time it's got the good advice of when you can't decide which spell to cast, the play that lets you spend as much of your available mana as possible is generally better. You gotta love the Arena tips. There's a common that's a 2/1 with haste and makes a creature unblockable? At common? I don't think so. Maybe, but I don't think so. There's the 2/1 that exerts to, like, pump itself, like, and red. Yeah, it doesn't have haste, what you're describing. I mean, look, I wouldn't have countered a random creature on the previous turn. That creature just has pay 4, deal 2 to kill the opponent, so I had to use the countervailing winds on it. Okay, let's see. So do we want to play this desert? We have 2 lands. We have a 1-mana cycler. We have another 1-mana cycler. I'll be greedy. What else is new, right, chat? And we can always play it later. For now, I think I can be greedy, see what I get after this first cycle. My hand's pretty cheap. I don't need many more lands. Yeah, that card's rare, Artem. Also, it only makes creatures with power less than it unable to block or something. So the Drake, I don't even think it can make the Drake unable to block. And it's rare. There was a Crasher. I don't know if it's in the set or not. But that's like an uncommon and whatever. Okay, still no real decisions. Just drop my creatures. If they attack, I'll trade. Again, just put out my creatures. I guess I'll play one of these deserts. Even as greedy as I am, since I have Tormenting Voice, I can't really worry about Flood. I can always just discard an island or mountain to Voice, and I can cycle this desert. This opponent not messing around with the removal. So, I think I'm going to open fire, and then I can have Censor or cycle up. Just going to do it now while they can't play any tricks. This also has sack to gain 2 now, right? That's what Compulsory Rest does. So if they give me something to censor, I'll censor pretty much anything. Can't really count on censor as a counter. And now, let's go ahead and see what we draw off the cycle. Nothing useful there. Let's Tormenting Voice away the mountain, see what we draw. Alright. Now we are kind of flooding out. That's why I try and be greedy cycling these deserts, but maybe I shouldn't have played the one turn I did. I think it was close. We did draw the hour, though, so hopefully they'll play a couple creatures. Yeah, I mean, they can't flashback cut because that's black. Since I don't have anything else to do, I'm going to have to be greedy and wait one more turn on the hour. If I had like a 7-drop, I'd just hour those 2 away. But for now, since I have nothing else to do, I think I'm better off taking the 5 and seeing if they put out more stuff. I kind of need the value just because I just don't have anything else to do. I need to kill all of their stuff, basically. So in a spot like that, like I said, if my hand was loaded, I would just kill the 2 creatures and keep the extra 5 life. But given I had like nothing in hand, I basically want to wait a turn, take the extra 5, and kill an extra creature. This is the tapper. Yeah. So I'm just going to play the Cartouche, even though my creature's already dead, because I want to draw a card, see what we get. Coffee all day, every day. Also, I don't wake up that early. 6 p.m. is like my afternoon. I mean, it's not like I just got up, but I wake up at like 11, so this is like the middle of the day for me. Think about it as a normal person's 2 p.m. coffee. So, which of these should I Unquenchable Thirst? I'm definitely going to do one, and then I can Secret away the land. This one's still going to ping forever, and this one's going to tap forever, but they probably don't have that many zombies. And if I draw like a Magma Spray, I think I'd rather kill the pinger. Sadly, this means I take 2, but it's worth it to draw a card, of course, because that's just a completely dead land I just looted away. Yeah, I always stay up pretty late. Well, that went pretty poorly. Maybe I should have saved the Unquenchable Thirst for something better. Probably not. I looted away a dead land. I don't think what I did there was wrong. I'm going to pass the turn. Take the 3. If they play something I can counter and then Seeker and loot away the land. If not, I'll probably have to cycle into turn. This should work out really well, because now I can counter whatever they play, eat the 2/1, and then I get the Seeker ability. I guess I should Seeker now. If I find, like, Open Fire, I can hit the Aven or something. Sadly, just more lands. Need to draw my outs. Drafting. I don't know. Reading, drafting, watching TV, the same things I do at 8 p.m. I also do at 2 a.m. Okay, well, super flooded and dead. No real choices there. It's not a Deathsea stream, because he's not in the chat right now, but anytime I get flooded, it is his fault. We already agreed on that. He agrees. Anytime I get flooded, it's Deathsea's fault. You can blame him. I drew a lot of lands. I looted a couple away, too. Yeah, I'm not surprised him dueling. I mean, I usually go to bed like around 3, and I usually wake up around 11. Not like vampire hours, but late hours. We're nowhere near the 7 drop, so I'm going to cycle that away. So if I had lands, I would not cycle Censor this early in this spot, but I think I want to try and find lands, so I should. Maybe I should have just Tormenting Voice, though I don't know what I would have discarded. Okay, no decisions here. Let's get that 3-drop out. It's the better one. Banefire Hours? Works for me. Better to attack for 3 than ping for 1. I think we're just chilling now. We got Countervailing Winds and Essence Scatter. If I draw one more land, I can Voice and then have Scatter up. For now, I have Scatter or Winds up, just depending on what they do. I'll pretty much scatter any creature. Still have Winds and Unquenchable Thirst for later. So I think now I'm going to be greedy and Tormenting Voice, discarding the Mountain. I can still cast plenty of cards if I don't draw any more lands. And you know I'm pretty greedy. So shields are dropped this turn, but I can Unquenchable Thirst any creature, so I'm not super afraid. That said, I want to Unquenchable Thirst and have Countervailing Winds up, so I think here it's play the Oracle and play the Desert, because if we end up in a stalemate now, like, we win because we have double Countervailing Winds. I don't really need any of this, I don't think. This just kind of all looks like junk. I don't think Naga Oracle's very good. I mean, if you're going to play it, you're going to play it in a deck like mine with Countervailing Winds and Defensive and so on. But this card just doesn't do a ton unless you're hitting, like, Embalm creatures. that said, we should end up in pretty good shape if they're not adding something good to the board here. And that's definitely not something good. It's a fine card. It's a mana producer. It's just not something that really affects us. Now we can Unquenchable Thirst the good creature. Just going to attack with both. If they trade, they trade. Otherwise, I'm leaving them a mana producer. And I'm just going to Countervailing Winds pretty much anything good they play. But I'm going to drop Shields here because I have another Unquenchable Thirst. So now if they play a good creature this turn, I can Thirst it, and I have the Sentinels out. And that's definitely a good creature. It's going to gain them life, but I don't really care about that. I'll kill the 7/7. And then we go into Countervailing Winds mode here. So we don't care about that. We're going to counter the creatures. Yeah, Sifter Worm is a very good card. It's just we weren't scared because we had the Unquenchable Thirst. But we're pretty much in closeout mode now with a counter. They have to draw 2 straight good spells or they lose. I don't even need to counter that. The 2/1 doesn't block either of my creatures, and we're way ahead. So I think this game is pretty much over. At this point, with so much in my graveyard, Countervailing Winds is just a hard counter. And, I mean, I'm not worried about them attacking me with these life totals. GG. This format so far, it seems like a nice mix of the two sets, actually. It's like, doesn't seem like, it seems like it's aggressive, not like, you know, all about endless late game like our, but it doesn't seem like it's so aggressive like Triple Amonkhet with Slither Blades and all exert creatures and stuff. I mean, obviously this is the first draft, and I did a sealed, so I can't really say, but at this point, it really does seem like they might have done a good job of mixing the two sets together to make like a format where aggression is a thing, but you don't just get run over every game. Seems like a decent balance. So I would spray that, except I'd rather just Fervent Paincaster it for the free kill. It's a nice aggressive start, but, I mean, I can Paincaster the 3/1 and spray the 3/2, so we're actually in pretty good shape here. They really probably shouldn't even have exerted, because given I have a free kill on their 3/1, they actually kind of want me to block there. Like, it's tempting to exert all the time, especially when you're curving out like this, but I don't actually think that was the right play for them. Now, no need to Magma Spray because it's staying tapped for a turn since they did exert it. So let's go ahead and drop Naga Oracle, use all our mana. I mean, I'll draw Lay Claim as a cycler or something to do in the way late game. I don't think I really want to draw islands, though, even with Lay Claim, so I'm just going to bury those. And then I'll top. What the heck? I don't want to. I want to top it. It won't let me? How does this work? Why can't I put this on top? I don't get it. What is going on right now? I don't know what's going on. It's true that it should be going on top, that bottoming it isn't even an option, but it wouldn't. It said bottom, so I don't know. Yeah, it's going on top because it doesn't. You can't even bottom cards with Oracle, but that was just kind of weird. Okay, I don't think they're getting a 1 card in hand next turn, and if they do, I can still afford another hit. So here, I'm just going to attack, spray the Crasher, and drop Sentinels to block the Lizard. Use all our mana. Life is good. No, I'm going to do another draft after this. This is we did a sealed, and then this is the first draft or the second event or whatever. After this, I'm going to do a whole nother draft and play it all the way out before I call it a day. Okay, so I can open fire if I need to. This is static, so if they do go to 1 card in hand, like if they play a land and cast a spell, this goes to a 4/4 before the spell resolves. So I do have a choice as to whether to open fire now or take that risk. Entangler turning into a 3/3 can still be blocked by Oracle. The only thing is if I open fire the Lizard now, then I drop shields and can't Essence Scatter. But I think it's worth it. Red-White's creatures are pretty small. A 4/4 could be a big problem for me. And it punished in the worst way. So we need to get up to 7 and steal that, or we lose. So cycle. Oh yeah, I just got extremely punished. Could have Essence Scattered Hazoret. Obviously I couldn't put them on Hazoret, but that did lose us the game for sure. If I Essence Scatter that Hazoret, I'm in pretty good shape. So they have to exert, and then I have to chump block. Not sure if this is winnable, but this thing's indestructible. I'm going to have to lay claim it. So I can't discard lay claim. Oh yeah, we do have Hour. That would have been an out, potentially. But I think we're just dead. I guess they could draw a 6-drop. Oh no, they'll just discard a deal 2 to me. Yeah, so I'm just dead. Yeah, I tried to dig for Hour, but I didn't have any more ability to do that at that point. Card cost 5. Hazoret's really good. I actually had a good start. I thought I was going to end up in good shape that game. Of course, we did just lose basically to Hazoret single-handedly. I have a Carnox gaming chair. Mage Market sent it to me when Carnox was a sponsor of theirs before they went out of business. I don't know the model or anything like that. It is a great chair, though. I do love it. So we have plenty of land, so we'll plan to cycle the desert. It has not. Bad Larry. Delaying it as long as possible before I embarrass myself. Hashtag sponsored. I'm actually not sponsored by Carnox or Mage Market anymore, so I actually probably don't have to say that. I was sponsored by them. But I actually just think it's a great chair, honestly. Okay, I don't really see any choices. They have a 1 toughness creature. Let's get our pinger out. This pyramid's sweet. Draws so many cards so cheap. And then by the time you've already drawn 3, Scry 1 is like anytime you bottom a land in the late game is pretty much draw a card. This is a really nice controlling card here. I like it a lot. So a 2/4 gives me a good blocker on the Eternal. Even though I really want to ping it, I'd rather use all my mana here, and I can always just play the Paincaster next turn. Then I don't have to take another hit. Get rid of the lands. I think Scatter looks like a fine draw on the bottom, but we know that still means the top. So they do have this discard too. Not exactly sure what I'm going to do now. I guess Unquenchable Thirst on the flyer and Paincaster is a pretty good turn. And then I can actually even use Seeker here. Not that I actually need to. I don't even know what I'm going to loot away. I guess, even though the Desert Cycle, I guess I'd rather... Oh, I didn't even... Well, I guess there's nothing I could do there. I could cycle the Desert, but I wanted to use all 5 mana. That was kind of bad. I was thinking I already had the Desert in the yard because it was in my hand. Yeah, well, it's not order. I can't activate the Seeker until after I've played the non-creature spell. It probably wasn't right to put Unquestioning Thirst on the untapped Initiate like that. But I couldn't just use Seeker first. Alright, so let's see. But now I can't, like, attack, or they can block and then bomb that. That was definitely a bad play. I'm not saying otherwise. Oh, cast, and then while it's on the stack, I can Seeker. And then before it resolves. Yep. While it's on the stack. You're right, chat. Yep, that would have been the correct thing to do. Yeah, I just punted that. I apologize. That's my first punt today. Y'all are just going soft, probably. Alright, I'm going to scatter that. They probably have plenty of cycling cards. I wonder if I'm playing to, like, deck them here. Thanks, Z-Score. I mean, they're drawing all these cards, but I still have a ton of life and a bunch of defense. Letting Hazard resolve was a punt. You're right, I should have scattered it. I just thought I could do better with my scatter, so, you know, I decided to save it. I guess we'll first cycle, and then I'll probably Seeker away the Seeker. Or the island, for that matter. I think I'm going to plan on probably decking them. So I need to slow down with the card drawing. I don't know how I could possibly kill them otherwise. But this mill's 5, and they have a cycling deck too. So, and I've got counters and stuff, so I think the plan is to deck them. Do I care about that? If I counter it on the way back, they can always embalm it. But I actually like us both getting milled for 2. I think I'm just going to let that resolve. 21 and 19, so I don't really want to do too much looting. Did I use my spray yet? No, and they didn't even mill it, so that's good. So I think I'll plan on just spraying that or thirsting it. 1 thirst. So I still have a thirst and a spray to find. So I guess I'm just chilling. Thank you, Klaus. Appreciate the subscription. Cheers to you as well. So I've got at least 2 good answers to the flyer. I've got Magma Spray and Thirst. I don't know if I have much else. Lay Claim and Blue Cartouche actually would be pretty good. So I have a lot of answers to it. I'm not playing these junky creatures out because they have Consign Oblivion, so I need stuff to discard. That seems worth a counter. Also, I need to find my answers to the Initiate, so if I counter that, I can then use Seeker. I mean, Sealed is always slower, but the Sealed, most people have these, like, pretty aggressive decks. Okay, let's use Seeker, see what we get. So I don't really want a compelling argument them early, but I'm going to do it now because then I get to activate Seeker and draw another card. And I need to try and find like my answers to this Initiate in this riddle form. Actually don't have that much time now. I have a lot of decent draws, but I don't seem to be drawing them. Because, I mean, they can flash this back and hit me for 6. So I'm pretty much dead. I mean, it's pretty unfortunate. Like, I have Magma Spray, Lay Claim, which I should have maybe played a land. Also, another Thirst, and a Blue Cartouche, which can make all these creatures, like, good enough to block the flyer. Really just finding nothing here, to be honest. Fairly unfortunate game. Oh, I'm not dead unless they have a spell, so I shouldn't concede yet. Yeah, so this is my first draft of Amonkhet Remastered. In the original formats, Amonkhet was very aggressive, and Hour was very, like, not aggressive. But obviously, this is, like, a different format, kind of, so we don't really know how it's going to play. I think this deck was fine, though. I think my draws were not good, and I lost some close games, and I probably punted them, to be honest. But I'm dead here. Intentional mispronouncing. The set is called Amonkhet. What am I doing wrong? I don't think Hour... I think Hour was, like, a cycling, grindy, cool deck set. I don't think it was aggressive at all. Amonkhet is aggressive. Okay, so we're going to do one more today. Hopefully it'll go better than that one. I mean, I don't think that deck was great. I don't think it was bad either. Like I said, I lost some close games, and I don't think I played especially well also. And I lost to Hazoret, so I mean... But it's going to be my last draft of the day, but we're going to play it all the way through. Let's see what happens. So again, we could start with a Sweeper, and this is a really sweet card if you go blue-black, because then in the late game, it's also a Lay Claim. I mean, they get to choose the creature, but it's the flashback. This card is, like, more for Constructed or whatever. I mean, it has some synergies with some things, but it's still a 2-mana 2/1. I don't know if it's going to be different in Remastered, but I never really liked the Nest of Scarabs plan. None of these commons are exceptional. I mean, Rona Stewart's a good 2/2 for 2. I think this is just regs. Well, another good Sweeper, but Can't really play blue, white, and black. I don't think this is a 3-color format. Not that we're concerned necessarily about the blue. We could play black, white. Could also take Soul Stinger. This is a pretty strong card. I guess we could also just drop Rags Riches if necessary, so I'm going to draft the Hour. I don't know if this is good or not in this format. Again, this is like, you know, I think that what they did was combine the two sets and add a few new cards. So I really don't know how Remastered is going to play. I mean, these are pre-release drafts for me, effectively. It's kind of a nice pre-release because I know all the cards because I played Amonkhet and I played Hour. But I have no idea how this format plays. Assume I just want fetid pools. Nice cycling dual land. If we go Esper Control, maybe it's an option. I don't know. Also, I could just drop either, you know. I can play white-black. I can play blue-black. I mean, you know, if we have to drop a card, no big deal. This card's pretty good. Nice bounce spell on the front end, and then you get the discard 2 later. Of course, might just play blue-black here and drop the Hour. The common black removal, final reward, 5 mana, was good. This is even Amonkhet, which is quite aggressive, it was still pretty good. It's not... M21 is, like, very extreme. Also, people are saying Finishing Blow and M21 is worse than it is. Like, you should always play that card. But that's about as bad as I can remember the 5-mana creature being. I mean, the 5-mana removal being. In this format, I don't think it was, like, amazing, but I think it was still pretty solid removal. So if we do draft just blue-black, that's the #1 cycling deck. Like, we'll want the Sentinels. Evolving Wilds could give us the ability to go 3 colors. It's also just a good fixer. Sentinels are kind of a dime a dozen. Obviously, if I end up a 2-color blue-black, I won't really care about this Evolving Wilds. But it's still a fine land to play. The first copy. I mean, don't get me wrong, if you have too many 5-drops, I think Finishing Blow is cuttable. I don't think it's an exceptional card in M21, but it's hard to have that many good 5-mana cards. I think we're supposed to go into blue-black and just drop this Hour. I've seen, like, no white, and our blue-black stuff looks pretty good. I think this format's going to be closer to Amonkhet than to Hour. It seems like there's a lot of the Exert creatures. But, again, this is my second draft of it, and I didn't even read the list of cards in it or anything. Like, I know nothing. From here, though, I'm going to draft blue-black. I'm dropping the Hour. We didn't really see much white at all after we saw that Hour second pick of Revelation. But we got pretty good blue-black cycling stuff, as you can see. Consign is a nice card. Rags to Riches is a nice card. The creatures are small in this format. So we'll try and draft... Whoa! Just the best card in the format. Or one of them. I know I said that about Scarab God, too. Curveball. I mean, we're like half blue, half black. I didn't see any red. Like, how do I go into red? I mean, Eternal of Harsh Truth is a really good card. Not nearly as good as Glorybringer. I mean, what am I dropping? I can drop blue and go, like, red-black, I guess. Clearly it would be blue if we drop one of these two colors. I mean, Glorybringer's super broken. There is a good card for blue-black in Eternal of Harsh Truths here, though. I don't know. I'll take the Glorybringer and see what's in the next pack. I don't know how we don't go blue-black from here, though. So this card's more fancy than good. Like, obviously, you're never cutting it. 3 mana, 3/1 flyer, flash with cycling, but it's not like you're really getting them. These cycling cards are pretty good. I think the Sniper is better than the Vizier. I guess we're trying to do black-red. So, I mean, I can take the Ruthless Sniper. None of these, like, red cards are exciting. We still have plenty of cycling, whether we do blue-black cycling or red-black cycling or whatever. I mean, if I do red-black, I could do a light blue splash if I want to. I have Pools and Wilds. I could just play, like, you know, Consign or whatever. I mean, here the best card, though, is Aven Initiate by a lot. That's a really good 4 mana 3/2 flyer, since if you trade it, you bring it back in the late game. The red cards aren't good. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Ceradon if I'm going to do some cycling stuff. Like, I already have the Sniper. I mean, Glorybringer is really broken. Like, it is worth, like... Enigma Drake off the splash, I don't know. I don't think that'll be great. I think I'm just going to take the Ceradon. Even though, like, blue-black is what we're supposed to be, I mean, Glorybringer is kind of worth it. Glorybringer's a total S-tier bomb, just, like, an incredible limited card. So, let's assume we're red-black splash blue or light splash blue. We're going to get rid of the Sentinels. We're still doing a little bit of a cycling thing with the Sniper, and we have a lot of cycling. I'll probably light splash Consign. Still going to try and draft like a kind of controlling red-black. Won't be as good as the blue-black cycling controlling, but of course it'll be better if we have Glorybringer. I don't want 2 toughness creatures much because they die to rags, but I don't mind like a 2/3 menace like this. That blocks okay the turn it comes out and then can attack and hit hard. What does this card actually do? Whenever you cast a Bolas spell, that's not going to happen, so it's a 2 mana 2/1 flyer. Eh. Probably better than a 5 mana 4/4. It's a pretty weird card. I mean, we're definitely supposed to be blue-black here. Like, 100% that's the deck for the seat. But I guess we'll play red-black Glorybringer. I mean, it is Glorybringer. Like, Pack 3, we're probably going to see blue-black again. I mean, as of right now, I wouldn't even splash blue. But again, I assume we'll see blue stuff in Pack 3. I mean, we could always play Scarab God, right? I think it's single blue to cast and then single blue to use, so we can still play red-black and splash Scarab God. I don't even know what's in the set. Like I said, I played Magic, of course, during Hour and during Amonkhet, and I drafted them both tons, but I don't know what's in Amonkhet Remastered. So if we're doing red-black for the Glorybringer, then this is just a pretty easy Magma Spray. I would like another horror. We have a lot of cycling, but I'm much more interested in the cheap removal. This card I don't think is great. I mean, doubling the damage can be okay, but this isn't constructed. The Aftermath is pretty good. Struggle is just good removal on the front end. 3 mana, deal damage to a creature equal to the number of lands you have out. Probably, I think Struggle is better than Insult to Injury here. Shatterstorm, that's an interesting remastered card. This looks like Splendid Agony. This is good removal. Speaking of good removal, this card's really nice. Cycle and kill a small creature, or just play it and kill a big creature. Don't mind if I do. Not even remotely close to 6 mana win the game. Creatures have to get through for the double damage to really matter. I mean, things are going to trade off a lot. I really don't think Insult to Injury is a particularly good card. I'm not saying don't play it. I mean, obviously play it. But I don't think it's broken or anything. The more aggressive your deck, the better. But, I mean, if you pay 3, like, again, like, okay, like, they can take one of your creatures and just trade with the other, and it didn't do very much. I think y'all are really overrating that card. Black Cartouche, on the other hand, I really like. And then Final Rewards, decent removal. We actually saw pretty good black-red and not much blue this pack. The switch actually kind of worked out. Yeah, I did get paid off for switching to red. I mean, we saw enough blue. I could have put together a decent blue-black deck. But I got the Deem-worthy late. Like, we actually struggled. We actually saw good red this pack, surprisingly. The switch actually did work out. I'm pretty sure there's no way we're playing any of these. We have enough playables. Yeah, pretty much white and green are being drafted around us, and all the Grixis colors were open. I agree. If we have enough spells, I'll splash for the 2 Drakes. I'm just not sure that we do. We have cycling, so we can put some spells in the yard, but also we have like 3 Ceradons. I don't know how many cheap cycling spells we have. I think Thresher Lizard is probably better than Ramunap Runes for us. Ramunap Rune's another card that's like more fancy than good. Like, our deck's not that aggressive. We don't really want to deal damage to ourselves. I'll happily grab these cycling lands, though. And I do like the Scrapper. That's one that can get them for 4 and is a good blocker the turn you play it. It's a nice 2-way player. Red Cartouche is a very aggressive card. We're not that level of aggression. We have Ruthless Sniper, we have Flyers, we have Glorybringer. We're like a mid-rangey red-black. I wouldn't describe this deck as like super controlling, nor would I describe it as very aggressive. It's just like a mid-rangey red-black with good cycle lands to not flood or screw. A good late game. I don't think we're actually going to splash blue. We have a lot of tap lands. I don't think we need this Evolving Wilds. Probably going to play 17 lands with some cyclers and a bunch of cycling lands again. So let's see. I assume it's going to be pretty even. So that's going to be 8, 9. None of these are actually red-black duels. So 8 red, 8 black, and a fetid pools. So that looks fine to me. I mean, I can check if I want to switch 1 mountain to 1 swamp later. There's no cards in the sideboard we want to consider. So let's just see what our cut is. Oh, well, we can't really play this card unless we play an island. I can't count on fetid pools. So Consign is a really good card, and we have Evolving Wilds. So hold on. I'm going to put 1 island in. Rags to Riches is pretty good in our deck because it doesn't really kill many of my creatures. If I had a bunch of 2 toughness creatures, I wouldn't play it, but I have almost none, right? It kills the Wasp, it kills the Sniper. All my, like, these are all 3 toughness. I mean, the Lizard I can get to above 3 toughness. Kills, like, virtually nothing in my deck. So, 1 island, so then I'll want 8/8, basically, so 7 red plus the Evolving Wilds is 8. And then 7 black plus the Evolving Wilds and the Fetid Pools is actually 9. We actually want the 1 more red, I think, because we have these red cyclers. So I'm thinking, what is that, 7, 14, 16, and then we up the red count by 1. Cool. And that's 17 lands. Oh, no, yeah, I have the island in. Okay, 7, 9, 15, 17. So that looks good. And then we have to cut 1 card still, though. I don't really need to just randomly pay 1 to put an instant or sorcery in the yard. That doesn't help me. Yeah, looks good to me. Oh, no, definitely not cutting the wall. It lives through Rags or Riches. It blocks something and pings them every turn. And I don't have a lot of cheap creatures, which is fine. Like, I have Rags to Riches. I have Magma Spray. Like, I'm not looking to have a ton of cheap creatures, but I definitely wouldn't cut the wall from this deck. I think I'm playing 17 lands. I might be wrong. The cycling lands are deserts, and they are sweet. Yeah, if we're playing Consign, we need the 1 island in the wilds. In the late game, if we put the Fetid Pools in play and we get the island out, then we can use the flashback on Rags to Riches if we want. Rags should work out pretty good in some matchups if we play against any aggro decks. The creatures are small, the Exert creatures, and we don't have like hardly any 2 toughness creatures. Yeah, the Glorybringer's kind of overkill. I probably should have cut it, but, you know. Poker's a strategy game. It's really not that much like Magic, to be honest. They're pretty different. No real decisions. We got to get these tap lands in play. We have a handful of 3-drops, no 2s. Can cycle this and take out the flyer. That's pretty nice. Hopefully we'll draw land in the next 2 cards. Cool. Planning to trade the Scrapper for the Scorpion. We have Wandering Death to win the late game, plus this draws a card and kills a creature, and they're on the play. So we're looking for trades and just stabilizing here, not taking too much damage, and then hopefully we can turn the game and win with card advantage. This was draft. Four to cycle this, right? Guess I'll just do it now. I don't want them to play a pump spell. I want to kill this flyer. They had it anyway, but okay. So when this creature dies, return it to the battlefield, so it doesn't really matter if I kill it or not. Fetid Pools here is a nice draw, so we can cast Consign and then Oblivion. Each player discards a card. So I probably want to discard a creature since I can get it back with Wandering Death later. Lizard looks like it's not going to be big anytime soon. So now, let's see. I want to get the pools in play so I can cast Consign. I don't want to risk... I could Exert and get in 4 and then have the 2/3 theoretically to block the Mummy and the Scorpion, because if they attacked with both, I would just eat Mummy. But if they have removal, it's pretty bad for me, and I have a lot of cards on them, and Consign is going to put me up more cards. So I don't think I need to make risky plays like that. I'm just going to put out another blocker for now. Because I really want to Consign the Wasp, and then they won't hit me for a turn, and then if they're down to 2 cards in hand, I can get rid of it with Oblivion. We don't need... Consign has roughly as much value for me right now as Oblivion, whereas I'm happy to discard a creature. I can just buy it back after I trade off another one later. Just because a card has Aftermath doesn't mean you automatically want to discard it to a discard. You may still prefer to play the first half, right? So we have plenty of mana, so I'll plan on cycling the deserts. Consign, I want to do end of their turn, probably. So I think for now, Let's cycle a desert, see what we get. Well, now I'll probably just spray the wasp instead of consigning it. So if they play something good, I'll bounce that. If not, I'll bounce the wall. And then next turn we can Oblivion them. It's probably worth consigning. That thing has haste, right? So if they hold 3 cards, I don't necessarily want to Oblivion here, because I'm not going to have a block on the 5/4 next turn. But that's okay, because I can Wander Death now. I have 2 creatures in the yard already. And then just replay a Scrapper. And then I have a good block now. I can double block the 5/4 with 2 2/3s. So I'm not worried about them putting it back out this turn. And, like, even though the pinging for 1 is going to add up, if they don't get in a hit for 5, I can close pretty quickly. This is a 4/4, and these can both exert to be 4/4s. So I'm not that worried about the ping for 1 either. I mean, look, they might do something good, but I'm just saying, right now, if they put this out as a 5/4 haste, I have a double block, and the ping for 1 doesn't really scare me that much. What are they up to? I mean, I got a block. I'm not going to go to 4 against a pinger, so I don't know if there's a trick for 1 green or not. Yeah, I guess there was. Now it's a tough game. I mean, don't get me wrong, Lizard can go to a 4/4 and block the Croc, but do I have enough mana to play the Lizard and the Consign? Oh, I do. Okay, so this is a pretty good turn. But I do still need to find an answer now to the wall. Would they discard 2 Sandworms? And I can't close in a hurry, or at all now, really. So I can eat the 2/2 and go to 3, or I can trade with the 5/4 and go to 6. Gonna have to deal with the wall either way. I've got a cycle land. I'll have more time to deal with the wall if I block the Croc. But it's kind of a free kill on the Mummy. And it's only a 3-point damage difference because the Mummy does its 2 if I block the Croc. Not sure what the right play is here. Guess I won't be greedy. Thanks, Professor Chaos. Appreciate that subscription. Well, that's a decent draw. I mean, I die to a Cycler if that's what I do this turn, but I can kill these 2 creatures. So I don't have anything else to do anyway this turn, so first let's cycle, see if the desert gives us a different option that's better. Like Glorybringer. Kill the Horror. Okay, no, but if they don't kill me, I can now steal it because I can go get that island. So if they draw land this turn, I'm going to be at 1, but I'm going to also take their Horror with Riches next turn. So this next draw step is everything. If the opponent plays a creature here, they can give me their tap creature and kill me because I'm going to be at 1. If they draw a Cycler, I'm dead right now. But if they draw a land this turn, I can then steal their good creature and be in a pretty good position. So this draw step is everything. I really need the opponent to draw a land or like a removal spell this turn, but not a creature or a Cycler. A 1-power creature. That's basically all they needed if I brick. So now, if I riches, they'll give me the 4/4 and kill me with this sniper. I needed them to brick this turn. I don't know if I have really anything I can do to stop 2 creatures in 1 card, but let's cycle and see. So close. Well, I guess I can riches and hope they give me the on-tap creature to block with. Well, they did. Okay, now if they brick, I can chump and then struggle it, and the game continues. I mean, they're still probably going to win because I'm at 1. I mean, I could draw Glorybringer. That would be sweet. And 1 does not equal 0, that's true. If they play a Sun-Scorched Desert and kill me, that would be pretty funny. Guess I don't kill that. It doesn't have Death Touch or anything. So I can hold my Wasp to block theirs. If they kill mine or play a pump spell, I can blow them out with Splendid Agony. If not, I'll play another 6/4, and then I can kill them next turn anyway. See what they do. Pleasure doing business with you. Oh yeah, that was justice. They said good game, implying that like I won, and then they're like, oops, actually I won, and played a 2/1 haste flyer thinking that would kill me. Luckily, I held the Splendid Agony so that I could then beat them. So it looks like there's an update. I'm guessing they fixed kicker or something. Let me just close it and then sign back on really quickly. Usually these updates take like a minute. It said in 10 minutes it would automatically do it, so I don't want it to restart in the middle of the next game. I'm obviously just going to finish out this draft. I'm just going to close and reopen Arena right now. That was pretty sweet. The comeback win at 1, when they could have just given me the tapped creature. It was the much better creature, so it's intuitive to give your opponent the 1/2, not the 4/4. But if they gave me the 4/4, it doesn't untap, so then I would have just died to the sniper. Amonkhet Remastered seems fun. I love cycling. And Embalm is cool, too. Any format with cycling, I'm automatically, like, a fan of, basically. Cycling is just my favorite. Oh, shut it, Fro. I punted in a feature match in the first Amonkhet Grand Prix, like, the week before the Pro Tour, because I didn't know that Cartouche was a May, and I ended up blowing myself out. It was pretty ugly. Okay, do I want to cycle Horror? No. I'm only 1 land away from casting it. I don't see a reason to cycle it. Yeah, cycling is just always wonderful. The problem with Ikoria was not cycling, it was the cycling payoffs. So clearly here we're going to play the cycle land tap because we want land 5. Just work our way up towards Horror and then the Ceradons. Oh, I guess one of his opponents punted in a similar way. I only did it once and then I learned, but I did punt in a feature match with Green Cartouche the same way. I don't know what this opponent is up to. They're just doing nothing. I mean, the Sweeper Hour is triple white, so I don't think they're casting that. Cycling for a single colorless wasn't the problem. I mean, it was because of the cycling payoffs. Like, that would have fixed it also. But if you just didn't print, like, Fox and Zenith Flare, cycling for a colorless would not have been a problem. The real problem was Zenith Flare and Fox and stuff, not cycling. Okay, let's see. So now, if I exert this, they can't block it. Oh, but it has Menace, so they can't block it anyway. If I cycle, the Horror will trade with the Shefet. If I cycle twice, it'll still just trade with it. Oh, but if I play the Sniper and cycle twice, then I'm good, right? So I think I can play this. And then if I exert and attack with everything, if they don't block, they're dead. If they do block, whatever they block, I can just cycle and shrink this. And then they'll take a lot of damage. Life's pretty much just good. What? Why couldn't I exert? Oh, well, whatever. They still can't block the Scrapper, and so if they take it, I can't... Well, I still actually can kill them with 2 cycles. So now we're just going to go ahead and double cycle and double sniper that. They take a lot. We trade way up. Life is good. I did mean to exert for the extra damage now, but I don't think it really matters. Okay, no attack all if we're trying to exert. Got it. Yeah, I mean, okay, whatever. That was a good time to learn it. I mean, it didn't really cost us. I would have exerted, but again, it doesn't really matter. It might even have been better to not exert. It was super close. I was going to do Dom all day, but Kicker was broken, or is broken. I don't know if they fixed it or not. So instead, we're doing Amonkhet. I did a seal to start, and then a draft. This is draft number 2. Going to be my last one of the day, especially because I'm feeling kind of bad today. But, you know, we'll finish this one up. I had a blue-black control going, and then I opened Glorybringer in pack 2 and switched. We saw pretty good red after that, so it worked out pretty well. I guess let's go ahead and get our mountain here. Seems more valuable to get the tap land and thin out before cycling. We might draw cycling enabler. Or a payoff, rather. I guess cycling itself is the enabler. I have a Glorybringer? Who knows? Maybe I don't even have it. I'm not going to draw a card that good. It's funny, too, because I have so many cyclers. Partially, like, because of Glorybringer, I can just cycle through my deck and find it, and that's pretty amazing. But, yeah, we haven't seen Glorybringer at all yet. Well, this is sweet. So now I'm going to attack, and if they block with the wall, I can just -2/-2 both creatures of theirs and kill them both, and mine will live. So this is just an awesome blowout now. That's a pretty suspect no block. Oh, it's Menace. They can't block, duh. Never mind. I'm just dumb. I forgot it had Menace. Okay, though. Well, -2/-2 when we kill the guide, whenever we also get the opportunity to, like, Magma Spray and kill something bigger, or they play more things. No need to do it yet. Yeah, they even tried to block. It just has Menace, so... Listen, the set came out today. I haven't played with these cards in years. Give me a break. Relax. Okay, so now we can make the play where we -2/-2, kill both of these. Probably attack first. I don't think they're likely to block with the Initiate. Obviously, it doesn't exile it, but when they embalm it, I can spray it then if I want to. And now we have the 6/4 to drop next turn. The question is, do I want to spray the wall? But I don't think so. I think I'd rather have spray for the Initiate when it comes back or something like that. This ping wall is not doing a whole lot. If I didn't have Ceradon for next turn, I might have waited to try and, like, you know, -2/-2 all creatures and spray something big they play this turn. But on turn 6 here, I'm just going to slam a 6/4. That's why I just made the play I made that turn. Not really, because, I mean, this doesn't actually block that. Like, I can always exert it, and then this just literally can't block it. And, I mean, I'm just not really that concerned about them blocking this Scrapper. Like, it can always trade. It's not going to get blanked. I'm much more interested in a Holding Spray for a potential 3/2 flyer. They might just play another one from hand, or they might bring that back. I don't know, good Elf Bob. Obviously, there's an amount, but I don't really do that very much. How much you offering? All right, let's cycle this. So here we have Spray for the Death Toucher, which is almost automatic because it lets us attack with the 6/4. And then we can play another Scrapper. And I think I'm going to play this Fetid Pools rather than cycle it, because that lets me flashback Riches. Even though they can give me their worst creature, it's still pretty good if they give me a creature. It's not like I'm killing it. And if they give me the wall, I've got deserts. So, we'll be pinging them. 50 bits? That's not going to do it. $50 maybe. Thank you for the donation, though. I do appreciate it. Hey, listen, I can be bought, but I'm not that cheap. 50 cents? Not going to do it. I'm just kidding around, though. Okay, well, I can't steal that because they're going to give me the other one. Can't really race that. This game just swung pretty far. For now, I don't need to chump. I still have enough life. Hopefully I'll draw Glorybringer. That would be sweet. I said that before I drew it. I just want to point that out. I really said, hopefully I draw Glorybringer. That would be pretty sweet. And then drew it. That really happened. Thanks, Twitch chat, for the 500 bits. Appreciate the generous donation. I mean, look, I'm not psychic. They just had a 4/4 lifelink out, so Glorybringer was a perfect draw, so... I guess it is more efficient damage-wise to be exerting it now, the Scrapper, than just dealing one a turn. I might want it to block, so, I mean, it's not automatic, but yeah, I should probably be exerting the Scrapper. I played the Fetid Pools because of Riches. Even though they're going to give me their worst creature, I mean, they give it to me. It's not like it kills it. So that's better than cycling, I think. Channeling LSV, yeah. Only LSV is usually that lucky. Called shots are sweet, though. Alright, let's see. So I can Deem Worthy or I can Riches. It actually looks like cycling Deem Worthy is just a better turn. Like, it's either take their wall or cycle, kill a 3/2 flyer, and draw another card. There's such a good target for that. And I even get to cycle, not cast. Deem Worthy is a really sweet card. So I'm actually going to struggle the wall. Normally I wouldn't in this position, but if they play a big creature, I'll take it with Riches. If they play a small creature, I can just kill it with Glorybringer. So basically, since Riches is steal their worst creature, their choice, I don't mind struggling with the wall right now, because that just means they're going to have to give me whatever they play. And if they play some 2/2 or something, I'll just exert and kill it with Glorybringer. If they play like something good, then I'll Riches it. Good stuff. I guess this is a keep. It's pretty risky, but I can cycle the red stuff. Like, I have 3 of the 1 red cycling 6/4, so that's a lot of pretty good draws for this hand on the draw. If I drew like a mountain, I could always cycle that desert to try and dig up a swamp. If I drew any of those red cyclers, I could always cycle it. So I think this was a keep on the draw. Okay. So I could Dauntless. I mean, I could Splendid Agony and kill the Dauntless Haven and shrink the Gustwalker, or I could play Scrapper. If I play Scrapper, next turn I can put the Cartouche on it. I guess, though, I need to put the -1/-1 counter from the Cartouche on the Gustwalker. So maybe it's almost better just to Agony first. I take way less damage this way. Struggle is an instant. That's true. That's fine, whatever. I don't really regret it because I'm still going to be able to Cartouche away the Gustwalker now. I could have killed both of those, but then Cartouche would just drop a 1/1 counter on the Gustwalker. So I have the same options. Yeah, it seems like a really good red-white aggro. Or just mono-white aggro, I don't even know. They haven't played any red cards. So now that they did that, I don't really have much of an incentive to cartouche this turn because they can just fan bearer it. So I'll probably just use removal here. I don't want to exert because I actually want this next turn, but I'm going to attack because it strands their 2 mana. And then Final Reward and Struggle are both instants. Okay, so now while they're tapped, I think I'm going to kill this Avenger. I think I really want to use 5 mana, not 3. I could cycle one of these, but 6/4s look pretty good on this board. I'm not really under that much pressure, even though they're a really aggressive deck. And Struggle should kill pretty much anything. So now we can have a nice turn with Cartouche where we'll at least get to connect. And because of lifelink, I think I'll exert while their creature's tapped here, and I can just lock up 5 life. Oh, why didn't I get the option to exert? Well, whatever. I'm not even sure if it was right to exert or not. It would have been close, but I don't know why I didn't get the option. Oh, I just chose attack all even though I only have 1 creature. Okay, sure. So now I'm going to go to combat. They have to tap that. Then I'll just lay a 6/4 so they can't attack me back. Ultimately, I'll probably struggle the fan bearer, but in the meantime, it's locking up 2 of their mana every turn. So I'm happy to just lay 6/4s for now. That's getting me further ahead on board. Kind of the same deal as last turn. Wow, they let me attack? What are they up to? What do you think they have? I don't remember the tricks. I don't even know what's in this format. Why would they let me attack here? I mean, whatever. I have a struggle, so I'm going to attack. I'm going to exert, and if they go for some kind of block pump, I have struggle. Oh, that's why they had destroy an attacking creature. It's okay, though. I can still buy it back. It won't have the lifelink anymore, but I don't necessarily need it. Okay, go to combat. They're going to tap my 6/4. So for now, I need to put out a decent-sized blocker. Guess I'm dead if they can ping. Do they have a desert? They do. Oh, no, I can sack and gain 2. Okay, so for now, I can't struggle. Might be dead here. It's super tight. Their deck is fantastic. I do agree. This should have been a winnable game. I probably shouldn't have attacked that turn. I mean, I didn't think of that card. I'm not going to pretend I did. Can't struggle in response because then they can pay 2 and then I'm just dead, basically. Now I can go to 5 so I can, like, chump block and not be actually dead on board. I don't know how I'm going to have any outs, but... because I can sack this for 2 life. So if I chump block, gain 2, take 3, I'm not dead on board. Oh, I can block, struggle, and then I take 2 and the wall ping finishes me. So yeah, the only way I'm literally not dead on board is to block. Yeah, I guess I could draw -2/-2 to everything, because then I could struggle off the wall. So, and then I'd be in an okay position. I'd be at like 1 or something, but I wouldn't be dead. Because I'd wrath their board, right? They'd have this, but... I don't know if I can win from here now. Because I can't cast Struggle and the Sweeper now. I don't know, it seems pretty aggressive, this format. I think I'm just dead now. That was a sweet deck. That was a very winnable game. I think I might have punted. That one turn I probably shouldn't have attacked. I really didn't remember that there was the Destroy an Attacking Creature card. I thought they were going to have like a pump spell and I was going to get them good with Struggle. If you're not casting spells, you're taking L's. That sounds like something I need to put in my notes for my rap verse. Little sweet preview. If you're not casting spells, you're taking L's. Thank you, Lightning 2K3. Appreciate that subscription. Whoa, whoa, don't clip that. Take it easy, back bar. Take it easy, take it easy. Amonkhet Remastered. That's not a good pun. You're better than that, Davis Shark. Remember, this stream, we only allow clever puns. The bad puns, like the otter puns, and that's all for LSV stream. This stream is only clever puns allowed. Seeker, why? You're better than that. Take the 1 and see if they drop something better. Like, a Tapper's not that good against me. But I can't spray that, so I'll spray the Tapper. We already have plenty of mana. I'm pretty sure we're going to cycle the desert, so we're not going to play it. I mean, right now, I'm just going to wander both of those, I think. What does that do? +2/+1 to both. In that case, I'll probably just consign one for now and cycle the desert. It was already a close choice. Now that they did that pre-combat, they can't recast the Scrappers this turn, so bouncing one becomes a lot more appealing. Oh, and they get Vigilance, so exerting them is awesome. Yeah, so we'll definitely bounce one here. It's not really a decision at this point. Hello! And we will bring the glory now. Speaking of not really decisions, hello, one of the best cards ever in Limited. Hope they've got removal. Seems pretty easy. Get that last 2 cards out of their hand. They're probably not holding much, but I really don't need to kill the Scrapper. The Glorybringer will kill it next turn. What does this card do? They can target creature gains double strike. I hope they don't draw a pump spell this turn. They can exert it. That's 8. I mean, 8's not 11, but if they kill me this turn, that would suck. So if they don't, we want to keep removal up if possible. I guess they don't have outs. I don't know why they would say good game, but I mean, I am at 3. Don't get me wrong. Of course, I have board control now, but you wouldn't think that would be game over, that they probably have some outs. Probably not going to cycle Wander Death right now since I've got Glorybringer. Oh no, Glorybringer's not a reasonable card at all. I did make a good sacrifice to get it. I did have like a half blue, half blackish, blue-black deck that was pretty nice after pack 1. And I switched to red-black for Glorybringer. But yeah, Glorybringer is disgusting. No question. Certainly it should have been Mythic. That's not in debate. So if they take the 4, they're at 2, and they die to the wall anyway. So I don't mind exerting it at all. Well, now I'm going to Cartouche because that gives me lifelink. Besides, that makes it lethal this turn. Also, it puts me at a range, so it's certainly worth the risk. Don't know if they have something or not. Yeah, Glorybringer's stupid. That's not really in debate. Dream Trawler's better, but it's also much harder to cast. Like, I didn't have any red after pack 1, but I could just switch and drop one of my colors. If I had opened Dream Trawler and it was 2 colors not on, like if, you know, I was blue, but pretend Dream Trawler was a red, white, gold card, I wouldn't have been able to switch into it. Dream Trawler's considerably harder to play than Glorybringer, but it is more broken. They really should have made it Mythic in the remastered set. That would have been cool. Or just not put it in at all, frankly. Although, if I guess the point is to get these cards on Arena for Constructed in the future, like for Pioneer and Historic, Glorybringer is a Constructed playable card. So that's probably why they put it in the set. Which is fine, but they should have certainly made it Mythic then. I'm not going to cycle Horror. We're only 1 land away from it. Spray anything decent. Drop Scrapper. I don't know if I should spray that or not with Rags in my hand. I won't. We have a lot of black. Well, now I don't know what to do. I guess I still just play Scrapper. It's a pretty weird situation. I don't really want to use anything on the Avenger when I have Rags, but I don't have double black. But I mean, black's a main color. I've got like eight black sources or something. Of course, we're going to draw another mountain. I guess I can take one more hit and let them commit a little more. I think I'm going to hedge my bets and put out this sniper. Obviously, it kind of sucks killing my own sniper, but if I don't draw a swamp, then I need to cycle the horror, and then I can kill one of these, and then I can try and dig up another swamp. Or just more cycling cards. If I had another swamp, this would have been much sweeter. Is this a real card? I know it was a card in Constructed. Non-token creature you control dies, gain 1, then you can loot. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Okay, drew the swamp, so now, of course, I played the sniper, and I don't really know what to do. I mean, I could just play the horror rather than cycle it. It's going to live through rags. I guess kill a creature, draw a card is pretty good, too. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do right now. What is this? If you have a certain number of creatures in your yard, you can activate it. 6 or more. I think I'm just going to attack. And then I'm going to play the horror since it blocks Avenger. And it lives through rags. I don't really want to cast rags this turn. I'd rather develop my board a little first. Like, even if I take more damage, I'll have a bigger board advantage when I rags. I'm not actually close to riches because I don't have a second island in my deck. I have to draw the 1 Fetid Pools. I remember Exemplar of Strength being pretty good. I mean, the Exemplars are all pretty good, I think. Hopefully they'll just tap 2 and play, like, some other creature that dies to rags. Even though I threw away Sniper, you know, it is what it is. And actually, now I'll just chump block with Sniper. This doesn't give Trample, does it? Oh, it does give Trample. I mean, don't get me wrong, Sniper's just going to die when I rags anyway. And I guess I'm going to rags now to kill 3 creatures and none of mine, so I still might as well chump, even though it only saves 2. So, if they want to block Scrapper, they'd have to double block, or if they want to block Hard, they'd have to double block, and I could cycle. I can't imagine they're going to do that, so I think I want to attack before I rags. I'll exert so that they would lose both creatures. Oh, they would lose both creatures anyway, so I don't even need to exert. So I'll just hit them. I can't imagine they're going to block. And then post-combat, wrath your board. Don't mind if I do. The pleasure was all mine. I maybe should have cycled just for the extra damage now, but we'll see what they do. I can always cycle on my next turn. There's Godpharaoh's Gift. They do have it, but they're not that close to 6 creatures. There's only 3, and I can spray exiling the next one, so hopefully I'll end this game before they get to 6 in the yard. That makes 4. Of course, if they bomb it, it'll be exiled, and then it won't count towards their 6 creatures to win the game. Though they also might just kill me with a 3/4 flyer, but nothing I can really do about that. Let's cycle, see what we find. Actually, I might draw Consign. I don't really want to tap my only blue source. Okay. See no reason to exert this turn. So hopefully I don't die to that flyer here. If I don't, I'm looking pretty good. If I do, then obviously I just lose. So no +3/+3, please, thanks, you're welcome. And that doesn't really do anything right now. With the ping, both of my creatures are threatening lethal, so they kind of have to play like a bunch of stuff. Because even if they played a fatty, I mean, this one has menace. And if they have to chump with the 3/3, that's not a winning plan anyway. This is draft. They're only at 3 creatures in the yard, so they're not that close to bringing out the God Pharaoh thing. So hopefully they can't survive. It's not easy. I mean, there are probably cards that exist. Well, certainly going to go for the win. I have a desert, right? Yep. So, attack, exert. Let's see if they have anything. Ooh, they did have a removal. So, the game continues. Nobody is dead. Another really good game of Magic. So far, this format seems pretty fun. I've played a lot of close, good games. Okay, it doesn't stop them from on-tapping. Sweet. What I look for in a limited format is that you have options, the games are good, the decisions matter. This format seems aggressive, but I mean, I don't know. So far, the games have been good, and Magma Spray exists, and Lifelink exists. I think they will do other remastered sets. Probably whatever sets they want on Arena for constructed purposes. My guess is that, you know, they'll eventually just have Pioneer, because Pioneer and Historic seem too similar. So probably they'll go back to Return to Ravnica or whatever the first set was and do remasters for, you know, everything from before Ixalan up through Return to Ravnica. Now, listen, I don't know any of that. I know when pros say things, people think, like, we have information. I want to be clear, this is just my own hypotheses. Like, I don't actually know anything. But that's what I would predict. I would predict that they will be putting Pioneer... They want Pioneer on Arena eventually, so that we'll see remastered sets for, like, Return to Ravnica and all the sets, starting with the Hour one and then working backwards until they have everything on that is Pioneer legal. Guess I need a swamp, so now that I have 2 6/4s, I'll definitely cycle one. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they'll ever put on, like, you know, Urza Saga or whatever. There's not really much of a reason for them to do that. Like I said, I imagine they want Pioneer on here, but I don't actually know. Like I said, just my own hypotheses. Okay, well, if they're just going to hit me for 2 a turn, I'm not going to rags 1 creature. I'm just going to work towards my 6/4s. Well, if we see Time Spiral Remastered, that would be cool. It's a really sweet limited set. So if I -2/-2 it, And then it gets a counter. It'll die to Rags, but I can't kill it this turn, so I might as well just wait, I think. Okay, well, that's a 5/5. I'm just going to struggle it. I'm not going to do it on their turn when they could counter it or something like that. Kamigawa Remastered? Don't tease me. So, I mean, if we draw a land, we play a 6/4. If not, we'll see what we draw. I'm fine with playing that, I think. Hopefully I can get down to one card. Like, it counts the card on the stack. So if I have 2 cards in hand and I play Rags, this will live. Like, this gets 4 toughness as soon as this leaves my hand. Also, they could just kill it. I am starting to get to the point where, like, I'm taking a little too much damage. Not that I've really had great options other than what I've done. So I think Voice. Now if I Splendid Agony, I can drop counter on each of these, which will take the Sand Strangler in range, and make it so I don't take too much damage too quickly here. This is only my second draft. I really have no idea what's good in this format. There's a chance they're going to, like, kill me or something, but you know how greedy I am, and 6/4 doesn't die to Rags. Their stuff does. Hopefully they'll tap out for 2 small creatures or something. They have 6 cards to my 2, so I don't even care. I'm willing to risk getting low. I need more of an advantage out of Rags than just killing those 2 creatures on an empty board. Like, hopefully they'll tap out now for another small creature or something like that. And not tap out to kill me. Yes, I could have not died if I would have played it differently. Also, I wouldn't have won the game. They had so many cards in hand. If they like, you know, play another small creature or 2 that turn, and then I Rags 3 or 4 things with my 6/4 out, maybe I actually win. If instead of playing the 6/4, I kill their 2 creatures, I'm not winning that game. Do I ever get frustrated at games of Magic? I don't know, some minor, tiny amount, but I don't, like, expect to win. I mean, every game, like, you know, you only win, you know, depending on your skill level, somewhere between 1/3 and 2/3 of the games you play, roughly. Good game, Madasheen. Yeah, the 6/4s aren't great. I mean, they cycle for 1, so obviously they're fine, but they're kind of filler. They're not, like, great cards or anything. I wouldn't be playing them if I didn't have Cycling Matters cards, but I have Sniper and Horror, so that's why I'm playing them. I'm not going to kill the mana producer because I'm not killing them anytime soon. I have Rags in my deck. I have Spray in my deck. Like, I'm not really scared of them ramping right now. I don't really see much of an upside to killing those. What I am going to do is cycle this, see if we can find Glorybringer or some better stuff to do. Okay. I said that before I drew it, so maybe I am psychic. So if I let that attack, it removes a counter. I don't care if they gain a life. And then I can Glorybringer it, so I guess for now there's not much reason to Splendid Agony it. If they play like a 4/4, I can Splendid Agony it end of turn. I don't really need to put a -1/-1 counter on one of the Vitalists. That's not really accomplishing much. Look, if you want to draw Glorybringer, you have to ask for it, right? How else is it going to happen? Okay, so I can Glorybringer that 4/4, but I do need to Glorybringer that. So I think now we have to Splendid Agony the Exemplar before it grows more. So let's put both counters on that and kill it. Then we can untap, Glorybringer the 4/4. Life is good. Look, how are you going to draw the card if you don't ask for it? Let's be reasonable. No, I don't have any deserts, so I can't ping yet. You have to have a desert in your graveyard or in play. I have no deserts. I mean, I have like 5 in my deck or something, but I don't have one yet. Oh, Glorybringer's completely and totally unreasonable. That's not in debate. It's one of the most busted limited cards of recent times. So I can bounce it, this is an instant, and then replay it. I see no reason to show them that now. They'll probably do something. I mean, if they counter the bounce spell, that's bad, but then they could have countered the Glorybringer anyway, and I'm telling them that I can free it up. So it's better to let them do stuff, not expecting that I'm going to be able to free up Glorybringer, and then hopefully I can just resolve it again. I actually am going to probably take the last 2 cards out of their hand here, not replay Glorybringer this turn. And then I'll play Glorybringer again next turn. But, you know, if your opponent has 2 cards in hand, you're probably going to go ahead and play the discard too. And it looks like we got some good stuff. Equal the number of cards in all graveyards, and another mana producer. Still no deserts. But what we do have is Glorybringer. So, it's kind of interesting whether you deal 4 a turn or 4 every other turn and kill a creature. If they don't draw removal for Glorybringer, I expect to win the game, so that's why I choose the Exert. Because if they do draw removal, I want to have killed their creatures. If they don't draw removal, I should win anyway. Yeah, I give them an extra turn or 2, but if I kill a couple of creatures along the way, I'm probably going to be a pretty big favorite, even if they eventually kill the Glorybringer. Do I want to spray that? Nah, I'd rather spray the Resilient Kenra since that one comes back. I'm still at 20. I can just take the hit. Spray only costs 1, so I'm not going to do it now. They may go for a double block on the Scrapper, and then I can get them even better. Okay, so I'm going to attack and exert. If they double block, I'll spray the Kenra. Cool, that's kind of exactly what we wanted. Now we can exile the one that comes back, and then we eat a Vitalist for free. Not that they mind chump blocking with Vitalist, they obviously don't need the mana, but the creature can't do less than chump block, so we're still pretty happy with that exchange. Well, I've played tournaments young thick, so, I mean, if you're talking in one of my recent cash game sessions or something, I play 2-5. I never really have huge sessions. You know, a really, really good session is just like, you know, a couple thousand or something, which is obviously a lot of money, but it's nothing exciting. But I have done okay in tournaments. Like, the cool Ben pick is me, like, winning a tournament or something. Okay, I see no reason not to hit with the flyer. Still don't have a desert, huh? Can't ping them. I wonder if I'm going to deck them. Oh no, they have this card, so they can shuffle everything back in. Including my Glorybringer, though. Their deck is sweet. This is a good game. I don't know who's going to win. So I can take out the 2-2 and attack with both, or I can attack and exert, in which case they'll probably double block, and then I can get them better with the Deemworthy. But it seems worth it to kill the flyer just to get in with for 2 anyway. Plus I might draw something nice. I have the Recursion card to get back the Glorybringer. That's what I'm really hoping to draw. Wandering Death, or whatever it's called. Alright, that's not much help. at the moment. So if they want to kill the Scrapper, though, they have to double block, so I'm going to attack with both an Exert. Somehow I still don't have a single Desert. I literally have like 5 of them. So, order doesn't matter. Just going to trade the Scrapper for both creatures now. Gain 2 life and draw a card? Jeez. So I can't Riches. -2/-2 to everything. Doesn't super help me. I can attack and then play it to get rid of this Hopi, though, which I might want to do. Can I get more value out of this later? I don't know. Probably not. Oh, it's going to kill my Sniper, too. Ugh, this is so ugly. I guess for now, I'll just let them draw cards. I mean, they're going to have to reshuffle the libraries. I don't have a lot of lands left in my deck. I mean, most of them cycle. I literally have like 5 deserts or something. I have 2 of each red and black desert, 1 fetid pools. So I have literally 1 basic mountain in my deck. I have 16 cards in my deck. 6 of them are lands, but only 1 doesn't cycle. Okay, I'm not really scared of losing the wall, so this is just an easy block. They can play whatever they have. I don't care. So if I play that, that gives me the ability to Riches. If I cycle it, I get another card, which will be a spell. They're just going to give me like a 2/2 that doesn't do much or something. I mean, I know I can Rags that one away, but I think I'm better off cycling. I also get the -1/-1 counter. I could attack, but like really, I don't even want to put a counter on this. I'd rather put it on something else. So I think I'm just going to start by cycling. Like I said, I only have 1 basic mountain in my deck. Pretty much every other card in my deck is a cycling land or a spell. Whoa! So I can exile this, and then they have to beat me before they deck with 6 cards in their deck. So that's an option. Or I could cycle, but I think I just cast this. Not really under much pressure. So I definitely have to remove that Aftermath card so they can't reshuffle their deck. I guess I'll remove whatever their best cards would be other than that. I mean, I'm not saying if I'm going to win or lose. It depends on what these 5 cards are, and these 2 cards. Trial does nothing. Draw 3, discard 1. Thank you. Removing the desert doesn't really matter because they have a million deserts in play. So it's not like it would stop them from Deserts Matters cards. But it makes card drawing, like, near meaningless now. Unless they have another way to shuffle their deck. They have 5 turns. They might win the game in 5 turns. It depends on what cards they have left in their deck. But I'm certainly not, like, scared of them drawing cards. Okay, so clearly we're going to cycle that, and then just put a -1/-1 counter somewhere. I don't think where super matters. I guess maybe the Ritualist makes the most sense. Hello. So now we can get back Glorybringer. We can't cast it this turn, but we still want to get it back, I think, because we can get some other creature that we probably can play this turn, like Scrapper, which is a pretty good blocker on this board. What a game. Hey, thank you, Nikolai, for the host. Appreciate the support. I have no idea if I'm going to win or lose this game. This is awesome. But I'm not interested in attacking because they have 5 cards left in their deck. And now that we got rid of their way to reshuffle, we're assuming we're playing to deck them. Okay, so that's going to stay tapped this turn. So I can exert and hit the flyer. But then it is going to untap next turn, and I still can't block it, actually. It's pretty annoying. So I guess I'm just going to -2/-2 everything next turn, though. So attack and exert and hit the flyer makes sense. Well, there goes that plan. Don't think I need the 2/3 back. I'm going to play another 2/3. There's no need to rags this turn as opposed to next turn. This isn't on tapping, and they might drop a 2-toughness creature. So I'm going to attack and not exert. And then we'll see what they do this turn. Even if they don't add anything to the board, I will be ragsing away the Stalwart on my next turn. Is Banefire in the format? Did they put that in Amonkhet Remastered for some reason? I mean, obviously they could win. I'm at 5. Like, I don't know who's going to win the game. It's a good game. I do only have 1 basic mountain. Every other card I could draw is, like, a good card. So that's an interesting one. I can chump block the 5/5 with the 1/2. The 4/4 stops the Stalwart. If they have removal for the 4/4, I lose if I don't play the rags. But I could still wait a turn on the rag. I might get more value. It's tough. Because the 4/4 stops the Stalwart. I guess my blocks on the 5/5 are fine. Well, no, because... So here's the thing. If I rags and play the Thresher Lizard, if they have a removal... They kill the Thresher Lizard, I have to chump the Riverwinder. I guess I have 2 chump blockers out, but... I don't know, I'm greedy. I've always been greedy, I'll always be greedy. That's just kind of how I roll. The bad thing is I die, but... Like... I don't know. They probably don't have it. They might drop a flyer. Also, if I draw a Cycler, it's a big deal that I wait a turn because I can give this River Hoopy -1 and then cycle it and then play this and kill it. And I have a lot of Cyclers left. Top is a bad sign. Why are they topping? Please go to combat. Okay, that's good. Don't play a pump spell, please. Thanks, you're welcome. That's good. Don't have open fire. Okay, hey, waiting. Greed is good. A second Stalwart. Waiting and a Cycler. Waiting may have won this game. All right. Count Ben S1, Arena 10 million. I mean, they'll probably just end up countering this, but assuming they don't, Waiting might actually have won this game. So, yeah. I don't want to cycle this just to kill the Ritualist. I'd rather just play a 6-4 next turn. If I lose now, I'm going to be so mad. Obviously, it depends what the last two cards in their deck are. Hopefully, they're just lands. Because if I would have played it the previous turn, I would have probably lost. Now I obviously win if they don't have anything good, and like a removal doesn't matter. I have a 6-4 for next turn, I have 3 blockers. I die if they give this flying, I die if they have 3 direct damage. That's totally fine, right? It doesn't give trample, does it? Oh, it does give trample. Well, it's going to be close then. I'm still fine on board right now, I think, but if they attack, I have to like double block it, but I kill it and go to 2. Yes! What a game. What a game. Ship it. I think we have an emote, and it's a greed is good emote for a reason. I think I would have lost if I would have played the Rags a turn earlier. Greed is good. Good game indeed. Yeah, it's been a fun day. A lot of close games. Win and lose. It actually has been like a pretty sweet day of Limited. This format is Amonkhet Remastered. I think the format is, like, it's weird. Hour was, like, a lot of decks, like my opponent's deck and my deck and stuff, and Amonkhet was, like, a lot of aggressive decks. So it's kind of a weird mix of the two. So I don't really know how it's going to play. Oh, and a perfect finish to the day. This is our last game because we're 6-2, so win or lose, but we're playing Infested. So that means we have to win. Infested was my nemesis, a regular in the stream who always used to beat me, but I've won almost all the times we've played recently. So I don't have any 1-mana cyclers, so let's get the tap land down. Oh, Infested wouldn't snipe. Well, he wouldn't ghost. He snipes like he used to try and play me, but... And of course, like, he probably plays me when he has good decks, but he wouldn't, like, watch while we're playing or whatever. Definitely going to grab the 1 island, or we may never see it. So if I attack and he blocks, I can cycle and put a -1/-1 on the guide. If not, I'll probably cycle and put a -1/-1 on the Eternal. I guess this is a pretty good opportunity to just cartouche, though. Still kill the Eternal, hit for 2 and gain 2. The downside of that is if they end up killing the Sniper, I don't get the cycle value. Also, cartouche can go on a bigger, better creature. So I think I'm going to attack. And then if they take it, I think I'm actually just going to play the Scrapper, because that's a much better creature to put cartouche on. And, like, I can take the hit, because this gives lifelink. So I'm not, like, that worried about racing. Blue and white don't have good removal, that's true. Right, like, now I can cartouche, get in a nice hit with the Scrapper. gain a bunch of life. And then we'll see what happens. I don't really care about, like, the -1 on a 2 instead of a 1, because, like, this is -1/-1 counters, not until end of turn. So I can just stack those up on 2/2s. It doesn't really matter. The reason I like this line is because if they end up having stuff, like, I got a little more value. Okay, so here, I think we first want to cycle. If we draw land, maybe we can still spray. If not, we use 3 mana. Remember, this is going to untap next turn, so, I mean, I have plenty of life. I'm not, like, that worried about it. Sadly, it's the wrong land. But next turn, we can cycle, pay 1. If we draw a mountain, we can spray. If not, we can maybe consign. And, I mean, our lifelinker's on tapping, so I'm not really that worried. I mean, even if they kill the lifelinker, then that's their turn, and I can kill 1 or 2 of the creatures on their next turn. I maybe should have killed the Aven instead of the Spellweaver Eternal, just because of that synergy with the Extort. The Exert. But it was only 1 extra point of damage. It's not a big deal. So let's see. I think just start by, like, cycling. Pay 1 using the Swamp, because if we draw a land that isn't a mountain, I can consign. If I draw a mountain, then I have spray. Did I just die? Man, I have to have punted this game. I guess I was a little too greedy there. Yeah, I was too greedy. After the great win last game, I just didn't have it in me. I should have won this game. I was just way too greedy. Yeah, I never had an opportunity to spray and cycle, so it was right to cycle when I did. I do think I probably messed that up. But it also just that my draws weren't really super smooth. Good game, Infested. But that was a good game. I think I punted. So thanks everybody who hung out today. I'm disappointed I didn't get to do the Dominaria, but Amonkhet Remastered was pretty fun today. I have no idea. I don't know what Mythic goes down to. I don't know if they even show it. So it's a good question, but I don't know the answer. Agwumi. Thanks to everybody, as usual, for watching. Thanks to everybody who donated, who supported my stream. Really appreciate it. Who should we finish with a raid on? Legend looks like a good raid. So I'm going to raid Legend. I hope everybody has a good weekend. Hopefully I won't be sick. I think it's allergies, but who knows. And I will see you next week.